All right, so welcome everybody. Welcome to our, in particular to our people in the public forum. Welcome to, everyone on Zoom. There we go. And welcome to committee members. Thank you very much. Welcome to the media. Welcome to everybody. We'd like to, speaking of welcomes, invite Mohammed Noor Monsik from the Waikato Muslim Association to do a brief welcome for us today.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen Ar-Rahmanir Rahim Maliki Yawmiddin Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in Ihdinas siratal mustaqim Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim Ghayril maghdubi alayhim والضالين آمين. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect the city of Hamilton. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless the city of Hamilton. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala break the peace for the city of Hamilton, New Zealand and in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in today. I appreciate that. All right, we'll move. The meeting is open. We'll move apologies to start with. I have an apology from Councillor Donovan for early departure, Councillor Ryan for early departure. We have an apology from Mayor Paula for, what was the word she used? Slight lateness today. Do we have any other apologies from the group? Oh, and Maunga Tapora as well is here on Zoom. I'll get to you in a second, Dave. She's here on Zoom. She's Zooming and then coming in. Councillor Dave?
Yeah, for departure around 2:30 p.m. or slightly earlier.
Okay, I'm not going to promise we'll have the meeting over by then, but we'll give it a crack. Okay, thanks, Dave. Good to have you zooming in. Any other apologies? No? Councillor Martin, you're moving those apologies?
I'll move them, then I want to raise the further item on confirmation of the agenda.
Absolutely, no problem at all. Okay, so Councillor Martin's moved those apologies. Councillor Maxine seconded. Those in favour? Again, carried. Confirmation of agenda. I'll come to you in just a second there, Councillor Martin. Now, I will say it is a big agenda, and we all want to talk for a long time on a lot of this stuff. But I am going to be firm, fair and friendly when it comes to our times. I would request, I'm going to try not to restrict questioning because we want to get to the bottom of a lot of these issues and we want to make decisions with the ultimate information at our fingertips. But I would ask that we, one, keep the nature of our questions brief, not necessarily the number, but the nature of our questions as brief as possible. Staff and team, I'd ask that we keep our answers as brief as possible as well. So it's the old, sorry I wrote such a long story, I didn't have time to write a short one. Let's try and edit in our heads before we get places. Members of the gallery, our speaking time will be 5 minutes. Now that will include questions. We'd like to make it longer, but we've got such a massive agenda today and we have many, many speakers. Elvina, I acknowledge you in the waiting room as well. She'll be speaking as well at the end of this. But speeches or submissions will be 5 minutes each. Draw your attention to the fact that Deputy Chair Kesh will be chairing item number 9, the Community and Social Development Strategy. And Councillor Martin, did you have something to raise as well?
Well, it's just with regard to the confirmation of the open agenda. I have a question.
Sure.
I just want to note under the resolution to exclude the public, there is item C3, Celebrating Age Centre Options Report, and the reason for exclusion is to enable Council to carry out commercial activities without disadvantage, to enable Council to carry out negotiations. Given, and this is a slightly tricky situation because I obviously can't discuss what is in that report, but I have a concern that the contents of that report could very well relate to an item that we're going to be discussing early in the meeting. So I just want some clarification as to the reason And I've gone through the report, and I'm just trying to work out the reason why we are making this public excluded at this time.
The reason for that is just with some of the information that's in the report and just around some of the commercial sensitivity relating to that. We can make the report, bring that back into, or we can make that publicly available with some slight redactment following the meeting. Certainly the item that you're referring to in the relationship, there's no conflict in terms, like those can be discussed.
Well,
that can be discussed
so
when the...
The question Councillor Gunner is asking is can we bring it into the open?
Well, the issue is obviously what can be brought into the open, because very clearly I would be wanting to make reference in general terms
Yes.
to the staff report and confidential, as I think it does have a bearing on one of the issues we're discussing today.
Yeah, I think the content of that report can be generally discussed in relation to the item that you're referring to. Yeah.
So Martin,
Mr. Chairman,
I'll get to you in a second, Dave. I'll just finish with Martin. I just want to get to so would you prefer that it was brought into the open?
mine's on the same subject.
That's cool. I'll be with you in a sec, Dave.
I certainly would welcome the views of colleagues on this one. I have some concerns, and I'm just wanting to work out are there specific bits of that could not be discussed in open.
It's around the costings.
Yeah, the costings and stuff. So yeah, just some of the numbers around the costings are the only things we couldn't discuss in the open. So if you feel it would be more advantageous to bring it into the open, I'm relaxed. Otherwise, with that caveat that we can't discuss.
Well, I'm happy. Obviously, I'm aware that Councillor McPherson has questions, and I'm happy to foreshadow all.
Yep.
And maybe if the chair himself decides to shift that in the open and put that in front of council. But
Absolutely.
I'm aware Councillor McPherson and others have a question.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, well look, what I'll do is I'll take Dave's question, and then I see Angela there. Unfortunately, I can't see the speakers list on my screen here, so I'll get staff to have a look at that. So, Councillor Dave.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Bunty. Look, I've looked at this issue, Celebrating Age Centre in public excluded, and I cannot see anything at all in there that would require it to be in public excluded. In fact, I believe the test for that is if we were asked under the Official Information Act for release of that, would we have to do that? I think the answer is clearly yes. The only figures I can see are, for instance, the cost of renewing the roof, which is actually already in our long-term plan in year 4, so it's already public. So I'm not sure what the reference to costing is, but in the report itself, that's the only figure, and it's already public. So I think the whole report, I mean, I can't understand why a report on a council facility that doesn't mention any private sector companies or contracts or tenders or anything like that.
Okay,
why
Dave.
it's not already in public.
Yep.
And for staff to have just said the figures need to be kept confidential, well, look at the only figure in there, it's already in the LTP.
Okay, Dave, you made your point. Thank you. And I'll just go with Angela's question, and then I've got a feeling we're going to move it into public code anyway. Okay. All right. Well, Martin, would you like to move that it comes into public?
I'll move that item. Yes, I'll move the item with reference to the Celebrating Age Centre and other properties report be moved into the public, and so basically I assume that would just come in due course during the meeting, but
Absolutely.
we can make reference. I'll so move.
Absolutely. Do we have a seconder for that? Dave, you're seconding, or Angela's seconding that?
Or Dave wants to.
Okay, you can second and a half. And all right, so we're going to move that that item comes into the public, and we will discuss that after item 14 today.
Yep.
Which will, so all those in favour? Anyone against? Max, you were in favour of that? Yeah, okay.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Good work. Thank you, team. Okay, so are there any other questions on the confirmation of the agenda? All right. We'll retain discretion if we have to move stuff around as we go. But again, team, let's just work with good manners, good intent, and I think we'll get a good result today. So we don't need to move that, do we? Yes, we do. I'll move the confirmation of the agenda. Kesh seconded. All those in favours? Again? All right.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Any declarations of interest today? Councillor Donovan.
14, community occupancy.
Yeah.
With Hamilton Old Boys. I'm an ex-university rugby player and have a high dislike of them. and having had to watch them beat Varsity on Saturday was quite painful. So, no, okay.
I think you should actually be excluded from the whole meeting for that, to be
I
honest.
just thought it was worth tabling because, yeah.
Noted. Thank you. Appreciate that. Are there any other? Councillor Kesh, have you finished? Councillor Kesh.
Just to note that I have an interest, but I'm not conflicted, in the Von Tempsky Street item. Ian McMichael, who's the citizen bringing it forward, we sit together on the board for the Pharmacy Guild, but I'm fine to sit through the debate and that vote.
Right, thank you. Thank you, Kesh, for bringing that to our notice. Any other declarations of interest apart from Mark Donovan's? No? Okay, in that case, we just look at that for information, don't we? Right, public forum. Okay, so we have the running sheets and we will be, so again, submitters, thank you for coming in. Thank you for putting the work into your submission. There will be 5 minutes, so I'd highly recommend if you want questions, please leave time at the end of them. We will stop when the time bell goes, so we're not going to be able to have queues and queues of questions, unfortunately. If I get your order wrong in questions, I apologise because I still can't see it, but we're working on that. So we'll start with Rochelle Knapp. Kia ora and welcome.
Expecting to be on first, so here goes. When Councillor Chesterman retired, he was asked if he had any regrets. I just wished I'd asked more questions, he said, referring to the now infamous and expensive V8 fiasco. Well, you know what? I wish that too, because if more questions had been asked, and the engineering reports had been clarified, I don't believe Founders would have ever been closed in the first place. In an era when we talk about sustainability and repurposing and waste, vandalism is the only word that I can think of to describe a plan to smash a perfectly sound building into rubble. Why? Why the indecent haste to close the theatre and now the determination to get rid of it? I almost guarantee if I asked any one of you, or probably anyone in the street, why it was closed, the response would have been because it's an earthquake risk. And why wouldn't you think that? Our Waikato Times repeats this misinformation in almost every article. Staff repeat the same mistruths whenever challenged, and yet no engineering report ever found an actual earthquake risk.
Rochelle, I will call you on the mistruths, misinformation,
Okay.
in his opinion, but you fly a little bit close to the sun.
Well, okay.
But
Misinformation.
please carry on.
Misinformation.
Okay.
I'm happy with that. Because if you read the reports, it's very hard to come to the conclusions that were reached. I never understood the determination to get rid of a building which has brought so much joy to so many of us over the years, nor why the iconic Dandelion Fountain and the Hilda Ross Memorial Fountain have been allowed to just rot away from neglect. Again, this doesn't make sense to me. Toti's vision, however, is in the can-do spirit of Hamilton's original founders. These are the people that actually went out and raised money and had the vision to build this place. Toti offer the opportunity for tangible involvement for community groups which could never afford to use the new regional theatre. This hub will allow diverse groups to flourish in the spirit and the vision that built the founders all those years ago. And they're not the target market for the regional theatre. They will never use it. They don't have the money. The current plan being promoted by staff is to flatten the building in the 23-24 financial year. Potential donors want certainty about projects before they will commit to funding. Why not give Toti that certainty by giving them till the proposed demolition date to get their finances in place? If they can't, it's simply back to the original plan of demolition, which can continue. Why on earth would we not be giving them that opportunity? And that's it from me. I thought I had 2 minutes.
Thank you, Rochelle. Yeah, you had 5, so that does give a chance for questions. Do I see any there? I don't. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for your presentation. I just want to drill in slightly further about the assertion that there was no earthquake risk associated with founders. I'm specifically interested in over the stage.
Yep.
Do you acknowledge or do you have an insight as to some of the risks that were highlighted in the report?
All the report said that I have read was that the engineering firm, which was a Wellington company, and I still don't know why we hired someone from Wellington, presumably we've got no engineers here, the only thing they identified was the fly tower, and they didn't say it was a risk. What they say is they didn't have the expertise or the equipment to actually measure it, so therefore they couldn't give it a clean bill of health. It was never identified as an actual risk. Now, if someone had identified something like that in your home, I would have thought you'd have gone and got someone else to check it out. But instead, the theatre was closed pretty much immediately. From memory, council asked the CEO to bring costings to bring the building up to standard. And I think they were presented with the $20 to $25 million plan, which included extending the theatre, which seemed daft to me because it was only ever full 2 or 3 times a year. It included building a new restaurant, and it was a state-of-the-art 5-star plan. So fairly logically, I think councillors said, well, that's pretty crazy, we may as well build a new theatre for that.
Thank you, Rochelle. Thanks, Ewan. We're running out of time. Good question, good answer. Thank you very much, Rochelle, for your submission. Appreciate it.
I have, if you want, I've got other information on the timeline of what was written when and how. I'll give it to you afterwards if you'd like.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, we now welcome Grant Taylor, Ross Kennedy and Barry O'Donnell from the Waikato Guild of Woodworkers. Do we have them? G'day, Grant.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have actually prepared some notes that might make it easier for councillors. If you wish, I could speed them around.
Governance will move those around for you. That's okay. You crack into it.
So we're the Waikato Guild of Woodcraft. Predominantly our club is around about 75 to 80 members, and we have a very, very small workshop in an 80-year-old building that limits our ability to do more. In our workshop we can only hold about 5 lathes, and we have visions to actually have a larger workshop that will cater for growing needs of Hamilton and its city's members, to include joinery, carving, intarsia, marquetry and of course wood turning. So we've been looking for several years for new premises, and basically we've been struggling to find anything in Hamilton that will actually fit our purposes to have a larger premises. So we have been really quite constructively looking around, and be honest, if we can join in with the Founders Theatre reuse, then that will be quite instrumental to what we want to do. At the same stage, we actually think that it will contribute to the city largely, and I'd like to point out, when you enter the Hamilton City Council foyer, behind the staff there at the foyer entrance is a very, very large carving that has been done by some of our past and present carvers. And also when you enter the Hamilton Gardens, and by the toilet area, there's a very large carving mural there that has also been done by our past and present members, which is an indication of what we can contribute to the city. If we look at the program of the repair shop, it is about keeping the skills and the crafts of the past, But at the same stage, we also know that Hamilton City and people at large are living longer and wanting more to do. Having these crafts will be very, very good for their well-being. If we look at Innovation Park, it started with the seed of an idea, but it has now progressed to being a very vibrant part of the city. If we look at the Hamilton Gardens, it started with a seed of an idea, which was a rubbish tip, and now look at what it is to the city. If we can repurpose the Founders Theatre into being a craft hub for the Hamilton City and the Greater Waikato, then we have another big asset to the city that is not there now. Hamilton City is well catered by a lot of sports, but we don't see a lot of actually real focus on the creative arts. And if you think of the repair shop, where a lot of people come together in one place, the creativity that is built on one person or one craft onto another then makes a far greater situation. We also see the possibility that some art collections could come into the Founders, and I must say it's a Founders building, not a theatre, because it's an empty building. It's an empty building not being used, so it's a Founders building. So some of the art collections have indicated they want to come in, and we see an opportunity to create a fine art wood collection equivalent to the Smithsonian Institute in Washington, here in Hamilton for New Zealand. So that would be a great opportunity. So apart from that, I think most of my things, or our things, are actually covered in the notes. We want a larger workshop. We want to contribute to Hamilton. We want to reutilise resources, not just demolish. I'll point out, shall I say, that recently Hamilton's been very creative in sorting out its rubbish, and this would actually make a very, very good recycling opportunity of our resources, our buildings.
Cool. Thank you, Grant. I have one question, there's no others. Physical space, lathes and drills and the likes, they're not the kind of things you can whip in and whip out. So obviously you're looking for a permanent type spot. What size in reality are you looking for? I don't have the notes with me, but I know we've discussed this many times.
So the area that we envisage is a 200 square metre workshop that will incorporate around about 10 lathes, about 10 to 12 actual workbenches for joinery, carving, marquetry, intarsia, and then the associated workshop equipment that goes with it.
200 square metres, okay.
And there's space that's been identified within the Founders building that could be utilised for that purpose.
Okay, and last question for me is, last time I was talking with you was regards Norris Ward, so have you gone off that idea?
No, but we haven't seen any progress with Norris Ward.
Okay, good. All right, and Maxine, question for you.
Oh, look, thanks for your presentation, and great to see the creativity that you bring into the city. You talked about being able to look outside for other opportunities to situate yourselves. Has that involved a discussion with any of the schools or partnership with schools, and might that fit with the hours that you currently use the facilities?
As an example, the Fairfield High School has a resident Mary Carver. We haven't seen that opportunity there. We have actually looked where there is a range of crafts could be brought into one spot. We have had discussions with some council staff and that to actually look for a repurpose of a building or into a greenfield site. But be honest, a lot of that also struggles because some of the other crafts have disability people and you need good access. A lot of our members are, well, we are trying to cater for all ages and all bits and pieces, but we have a lot of members who are aged. They have to carry large tools in, so you need good facilities in Central. And we think a hub of creativity would be worthwhile for the skills, but also for Hamilton.
Thank you,
So
Grant.
we have made inquiries, but not to success.
Thank you, Maxine. Thank you, Grant. Appreciate your submission.
Very good.
All right, next submitter is Donna Lewin, speaking to item number 8, the same item. Hi, Donna.
Tēnā koutou katoa,
Kia ora.
ko Donna Lewin aho. Greetings to you all. I'm here as a community representative. I've been a lifelong supporter and participant in the visual arts and also in the music community. And many of you will recognise me. I worked as the Community Support Manager for Hamilton City Council between 1998 and 2002. And in fact, I think it was under my reign that we brought out the first Community Development Plan and established a number of the currently operating neighbourhood houses. Yeah. And in that 20 years, you know, the population has really grown. And currently there is insufficient space for hobbyists, community groups, art groups, that's accessible and affordable. You'll probably all know that community education in schools ceased a number of years ago. And the groups that are existing, and Grant just talked about this too, are scattered across the city. There's no connectedness for the arts community. I know that the Founders isn't listed as a historical site, but it has historical value. I think if you spoke to anybody, they could remember going to their first concert there, their son's graduation from Wintec there, prize giving for high schools, watching your children's end of year performances. And most people outside of Hamilton recognise the Founders Theatre. It's a wonderful location. Oh, and I just want to say, so we're not here about sentimentality, we're here about practicality. The Founders is a great location. It's central, it's got plenty of parking, and as I said, it's known. It's adjacent to art makers. The potential for cross-pollination of all art groups and the potential for their synergy is huge by creating a hub. Art does not thrive in isolation. And I think we can all fairly much agree that Hamilton lacks a cultural identity. It lacks cultural character. If you think of similar sized cities, New Plymouth with the Governor Brewster, Whangarei now with the Hunterweiser, you know, this gives us the chance to be able to make, to create some character, to grow the character of art in Hamilton. Look, I don't want to diss your Western Belt plan, but the thought of having a green belt there's no way I want to take my grandchildren to play in a triangle of busy roads with two major roundabouts. My other concern is that that green belt could potentially become the place where our socially disadvantaged hang out, aka what happened in Steele Park, that we're still trying to, you know, find remedy for. Much better to have it occupied and busy. And to summarise, I just would like to bring Council's attention. You've got your Community and Social Development Strategy 21-2026 coming up, item number 9 on the agenda, which talks about shaping a city that's easy to live in, where people thrive, where they love to be and have lots of things to do. And it talks about inclusive public spaces. It also discusses local communities as being a source of change, and it says in outcome 4 that Council will promote community-led projects, that Council will actively support, raise awareness and advocate for. It wants community-led projects from the people who are affected having the opportunities to drive outcomes. All we're asking for is the opportunity or a chance to prove that we can do this. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Donna. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Donna. Quick question. There is some well-orchestrated assertion that Founders repurposed would be an ongoing threat to the viability of both the arts community in general and specifically to the Waikato Regional Theatre. Can I have your take on that analysis?
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I don't see how it can pose any potential threat. The Waikato Regional Theatre is for large performances, as I understand it. We're not expecting that there will be large performances. We're talking about a collection of art groups. There may be rehearsal space for kapahaka, for children's productions, I'm thinking about those groups. If you went to the Summer Garden Arts Festival last year, there were lots of public cultural groups there. There were about 50 of them doing their stuff. Now, they're currently meeting in homes. There's no place for them to be. So I don't see that in any way this hub would be a threat to a regional theatre, even to Clarence Street Theatre or the Meteor. Different concept.
Thank you. Gone up to the bell. Appreciate your time. Good to see you, Donna. Thank you. Jackie Keelan. Kia ora. Welcome. Good to see you again.
I'm going to be very brief, so you'll all be very thankful for that. I'm here representing the two community groups that I run. We're voluntary workers. We're 3 of us. So we have 100 members in one of the groups, which is called Ngā Mahi a Hingita Iwa Iwa, which is a weaving group. So can you imagine 100 people turning up at a wānanga and not having enough space? Well, that's the issue we have. And I have another group called the Artistic Collective. We have 35 members of that. Now, to run both groups on the same day in the same space would be a godsend to me. We don't, and as I say, it's a community service to the community. We don't get paid for it. This is all voluntary. And a lot of it is about, well, the essence of the groups are preserving our ancient practices for the future. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jackie.
Because everything else has been said.
Good on you. Right. Manga Te Pora.
Thanks, Chair. Tēnā koe, Jackie.
Kia ora.
And just a pātai around the practice space, I wonder if there's been any utilisation of the marae that we currently have.
Well, there's a lot of issues with that, because if someone passes away, the wānanga has to be cancelled. That is a huge issue with us, because can you imagine having to ring 100 people up and saying, I just got called this morning, the wānanga's cancelled because of a tangi. And that happens a lot.
Okay. Thanks,
Okay.
Te Pora.
And we have thought of that. I mean, we've thought of those, we've thought of everything. But right now, we're squeezing everybody into places which are not, don't service us very well. But what I do love is the commitment of the community, which says a lot about our community, and the what's the word? The need for this, for what we do in the arts.
Great. Thank you, Jackie.
Can I ask another question? I've got
Yes.
a wee bit of time.
Yes, you have.
So how would we, if we're talking about, I'm keen to understand the cultural practices and how we have marae, and I take your point around tangi, because that does happen when we have bookings in there, and then we have other community spaces around. How do we maintain the cultural integrity of the mahi you do being situated inside something like Founders Theatre or Repurposed Theatre?
Well, do you have haka at the Founders Theatre? Did you used to hold haka at Founders Theatre? I mean, what sort of events have been there in the past? I can say I've actually put on a lot of concerts at the Founders Theatre, so I have a connection to the Founders Theatre. When you're a practitioner, there's no loss of integrity. That doesn't even come into conversation. We're there to look for space. We need space to go and practice our practice, to run our community classes. We're servicing, 100 students should say everything to you. And as a Māori, the marae, if I had access to a marae for every wānanga that I wanted to hold, and I can be guaranteed that there's not going to be any interruption like tangi, and down our way there's been quite a few tangi, it would be something I would do immediately. But I know that if I book a space at the Founders, that's not going to be cancelled out. I know that I can arrive and hold my classes without interruption.
Ka pai, ngā mihi.
Kia ora. Thanks, Te Pora. Good to see you, Jackie.
Thank you.
Right.
Lovely to see you
Compliment you on your singing as well. Gosh, that lady can wail. I'm happy to play the old Bunting in the Morning rock jingles from 1992. All right. Welcome former Mayor Margaret Evans, Neil, Mark, Ray, Vern Talbot is on Zoom, speaking to the same item. So we've got Vern on Zoom there. very much a bring your own chair affair today, I'm sorry. It's all right.
I can remember the days when everybody used to stand. Kia ora tēnā koutou katoa, councillors and mangai Māori, and it's good to be here. It's also nice to hear some of those voices, and I want to emphasise from the outset that many of the voices you've heard today, including the ones we have referred to in our presentation, have not been ones that we have gone out and sought. They are ones who have come to us when they heard about the future for the founders. And we think that's pretty exciting. And I think one of them said there's not much culture in Hamilton. I happen to think there's a tremendous amount of culture in Hamilton, but a lot of it is sort of operating its own little patch. Very clearly, we can be brief on this because you've been given an extensive range of information. The first thing I want to say is that we are quite happy to accept the idea of a gift of the building rather than a lease. We use the term lease because that's what we had been advised through council. Secondly, I want to make the point that the staff report suggests that management has little confidence in our proposal. And I think that's a deeply unfortunate term because what we have done from the business perspective is go out to professionals, including people like Mark, and for some of you who don't know, it was Mark's father who designed the founders in the first place, and he has access to the original plans. We also went to engineers, and I think it was Russell who mentioned the first reports, Councillor Ewan, that you raised. So we went and got peer-reviewed those reports with the people who wrote those reports, and Mark can probably answer some questions on that. So we are really, really confident from the professional perspective that the combination of the architects and the engineers, then if you go through the details of the quantity surveyors reports, you will see you could not want a more specific analysis of the estimated cost of this project. And without being disrespectful at all to Sean, I think that if any of you were doing a major renovation, you probably wouldn't ask a council manager to give you advice. You'd probably go to the professionals who have got the expertise to handle this. And that's what we have done for you. I think really the final point I want to make is we've talked about the molecular model, and you can quite see that we have divided the building up into a pile of different spaces. Now that's precisely the reason that this is not a threat in any way to the regional theatre, and I think it was Russell who said that. The regional theatre, let alone the other meteor type theatres in the city, because the focus of this is no longer the theatre. The focus of this is the various spaces within the building that can operate independently to house a great number of community groups. The final point I want to make, and Martin, Councillor Martin, I think it relates to what you raised. We don't know what is in the report and the confidential item that is now in the public agenda, but we can tell you that we have been approached by people over the Celebrating Age Centre. We also knew from Grant and Co about the Norris Ward proposals. Now, in all of those cases, those interested parties have confirmed to us they would like to keep this deal alive.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. We've got a minute, so Ewan, if you could quickly answer.
Two very quick questions. Margaret, if a motion was brought forward where, in fact, you had to come back to us before the election in October this year with some confirmation of actual funding, could you do that?
That would be entirely dependent if you gave us the promise that we could have this building. I think that's probably stretching it, and you would have to convince us that you had a need to stretch that. And I can understand your concerns about the election because this has become a public issue. And it's not really flash for you if you're standing for election to be seen to be wanting to bring the bulldozers in. A wise council, I believe, would be to give us the time with you've got the no risk of keeping the demolition money in the budget.
So you're saying your argument has been that you need more time and you need confirmation that council will provide you
Yes.
the building, whether through a lease or a gift, and as a result of that, you will be able to secure the existing funding that you believe you've got. So you're saying that the extra 3 months, if we say, yep, we're going to give you the building, that you cannot confirm to us at least some funding?
No. What I can do, let me turn around that question. We have worked very fast. You only gave us on the 26th of June last year the approval to pursue this project, and that's a little bit different from the way the staff report has been written. But I remind you, the 26th of June is when you signed off the plan. So in the time it takes to create a baby, we have produced to you what we think a robust set of estimates. We've said to you time and again, because of the way funding works, if we want to go to institutional funding, they only have applications once a year for major projects. We've touched base with the core groups that we're interested in, so we are unlikely to have a firm response from them in that time frame. However, if you look at our funding model, we have said that naming rights, and we're quite happy to explain to you what we mean by the naming rights, are a major element of our budget. If you give us the approval, we can probably come back to you before the election with some indications.
Right, I'm
But
going
they'll only be
to
indications.
draw a close to that now. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Point's well made. And wish we had more time. And I would dispute how long it takes people to make a baby sometimes. But thank you. It was lovely to have you here.
All right.
Okay.
9 months.
And it'll be a beautiful baby.
We're not going to get into that. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now we have speakers that have turned up after this was printed, but within the times. So we have Rachel Palm speaking. Oh, Rachel Palm.
I thought you have questions on...
We don't have time, I'm sorry, Martin.
Well,
It was very
Mr
clear.
DeLille, who's the architect, I have a significant question I want in the interest of good governance. I've
Yep.
assumed I'd have that
And
opportunity.
I'll reply, in the interest of good governance, I was very clear at the very beginning, and that was the time to discuss
So
if you
you
wanted
are,
extension of
with
time.
respect, and I want to challenge your ruling here, Mr DeLille is an architect. I have wanted to ask him a question about the structural and heritage integrity of the building, given his very close association. It's a brief question, Mr Chair.
Yeah, look, I appreciate that, but Martin, I think you're really pushing it. Out of respect to you, I will allow that one question, all right? And if we can have a brief answer.
Yes.
But I'm uncomfortable about bending just because you're...
I'll try and obviously I respect that. Can we just, there's been a lot of debate about the structural integrity of the building and also its heritage value. I'm wondering, Mr DeLille, given your associations with the building through your late father, if you could give us an answer to that.
It's not a quick answer, I'm afraid.
Yeah, well, I'm suggesting coffee.
I'm sure in good governance you can give a good answer that the chair won't rule you out.
Right. So as far as the structural integrity goes, I'd like to start actually by saying we've got a building there that's worth tens of millions of dollars, and we've got a concept which is not that expensive and doesn't cost the ratepayer to get another use for it and to have a continual use for it. As far as the seismic side of things, there is an engineering process of seismic risk and earthquake risk and earthquake prone, and they did in the engineering reports find 2 small areas that were earthquake prone. So that's equivalent of saying, like, if you've got an old house and you've got a chimney, that chimney makes your house earthquake prone. You get the chimney fixed or you take it down. So in the case of the Founders Theatre, it's got a couple of chimneys. It's got a proscenium arch, which can be strengthened quite easily, and with the concept that's put forward, not only can we strengthen that arch itself alone, but we're looking at putting in a diaphragm floor into the into the fly tower, and so that will help to strengthen it as well. And remember, the problem with the fly tower was because it had counterweights, and at the time the engineers were looking at that, it was the weight of the counterweights that was causing a lot of structural problems. So counterweights are a no-no, they're gone, and so with diaphragm floors and a strengthened proscenium arch, that particular item is fixed. And the other one is the trusses across the big auditorium space. They require strengthening of the connection. So where the trusses meet the reinforced concrete walls, they require additional strength in those. By dividing up the auditorium, because it's no longer going to be a large auditorium, it's going to be divided into two spaces, you've got the opportunity to also strengthen those trusses by linking them to the new wall that will divide those two spaces.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Martin. All right, we've now gone twice over time, so we'll call it a day for that one. Thank you, appreciate it. Right, we'll move on to our next speaker, Rachel Palm. Have I got that name right, Rachel?
No, you haven't.
I'm sorry. Is it Rachel Palm speaking? No?
Rachel Balm.
Oh, for
With a
goodness
B.
sakes. It doesn't even look like a bee. My apologies, Rachel. Welcome.
Thank you. So, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm a musical theatre participant. I've performed in Founders Theatre for many, many years. She was not the grand old lady of theatre. She was more a maiden aunt with slightly bad taste. So I think from my perspective as a performer, I have grieved for the theatre. I'm now ready to move on. I can let her go, and I wholeheartedly support the new regional theatre, the theatres that we already have, all of the rehearsal space we already have, and I would support the 84% of people who replied, who gave you feedback and said the Greenbelt and the park is the best way to go. So I encourage you to be bold, to make new history and to support the park and the community. Thank you.
From my perspective, I obviously part of Tarrant Street Theatre Trust, and while it's been bandied about that some of the theatres are against it, none of the theatres are against more art space. It's absolutely not the case. Do we think that the new or Totti's proposal would compete with us in terms of spaces? Definitely not. However, the amount of funding that the community currently has available to it is shrinking. It's not getting more. By adding another venue or another facility that will draw on that funding, that's where I think our biggest concern lies. Because while it's a wonderful idea, it's a wonderful proposal, absolutely more art spaces, every city needs them. But what about the rest of us that really rely on that community funding? We rely on the funding from council. So does that funding get diluted again and it becomes even harder? And so does that jeopardise all of us as opposed to focusing on what all exists? I think the new Waikato Regional Theatre will be incredible. I don't think it will compete with that at all. But it's the funding that really concerns me personally, because I know I run the theatre. I know what it costs to run a theatre, and reduced funding would really jeopardise us, and it's as simple as that.
All right, we've got some questions lined up, so if we can get them all cracked out in 2.5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks for your presentation. Would you agree from your performance point of view that if Founders is to position itself as a community hub facility, which isn't in fact necessarily a theatre, that it could be fit for purpose?
I see that building. I've been in that building many times, as you all will have, and I know that the cost to keep that building going, and I'm a chartered accountant, so I probably think about the numbers a little bit too much, but I know that the cost to run a theatre is massive. Just the electricity bill for a building that size, it's huge. So I can't see, okay, if all of those community groups are going to pay top money to be in there, then it could be self-funding. I think most of these things should strive to be self-funding, but, you know, it's very difficult in the arts community. But I just see the costs.
All right, thank you. My last question, if I could. I'm pleased to hear that you don't believe that the Founders is a threat to the regional theatre or to your theatre in terms of performing arts space. But I have heard you correct, and just confirm that. What you're saying is that it is a threat in terms of the available community funding envelope, and that could erode your ability to survive.
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel Baum. Big apologies for getting your name wrong. Those other questions are dropped off. Okay, thank you very much. Good to see you guys. Right, okay, now we're going to move to a different item of discussion, I believe. We need no more left on the... Good, okay. We welcome Ian McMichael via Zoom, speaking to the Von Tempsky Dawson Park proposal name change, item number 10. There we go, Ian. The floor is yours. You've got 5 minutes, including questions, if you could.
Kia ora, no mai, haere mai. First, I'd like to start off by giving acknowledgement to Ruramupuki of Ngāti Wairere, and also to Mrs. Heki I Tirangi Broadhurst, who's the queer for Ngāti Wairere, and also Timmy Maipi and Joyce Maipi, who have been supporting me a lot in this proposal. There's actually 2 proposals on the table. The first one is an application for a naming of a park and open spaces. And I've followed the council's documents which they gave me, and under that it says Council's Park and Open Spaces will consider the application, prepare a report outlining the request and make a recommendation to council. And this particular park or open space is on the corner of Dawson Street and Grey Street. It's used by the Hamilton City, it's used by the Hamilton East School. It actually doesn't have a formal name. It's often referred to as the Dawson Reserve. And so what we've been proposing is that this reserve gets named as Te Wehenga Reserve or Park. And this is, the reason behind this is it is then allowing the name of the original urupā, which was in this area, to now be used. By doing this, in no way will it diminish the name of Dawson, who was Captain Dawson, and that street's name will still remain. And so with the one, it seems a fairly simple sort of process of just actually naming a park after the original space, which was Te Wehenga. The second application has been for a renaming of Von Tempsky Street to Putikitiki Street. And again, I went through the process of going through the application form. And with the application form, it says council will consider and determine road renaming applications originated due to the following. Where 90% of the property owners on the road are in agreement to the change, and so we achieved that. I'm sure we've got more than 90%. For issues of cultural sensitivity, and so it's probably been well discussed, the issues around the name of Von Tempsky and what that means, especially around cultural sensitivity. And the third reason was where there is a demonstrated community desire. And so I think there's been quite a strong demonstration of a community desire to rename Von Tempsky Street because of the issues around his name, which have been highlighted in the report which Council had prepared by Vincent O'Malley. The name Putikitiki was decided and put forward because Putikitiki was the name of the original area, and it's already widely used amongst the school children in Hamilton East. I've had 4 children who've all gone through Hamilton East Primary School. 25 years ago, when my son first went there, the bottom field was always known as Bottom Flat, when my 10-year-old was at Hamilton East Primary School. It is now widely known as Putiki Flat. So already this area is well known as Putiki. I went through the process, so I am a pharmacist. I'm also a property owner on Von Tempsey Street. And so when I approached all the other property owners, there's 5 providers of healthcare services along that street. And I had no pushback whatsoever. Everyone was very keen for a name change because effectively healthcare providers don't really want to be associated with Von Tempsey. And they were all very keen for a name change to happen.
1 minute left, Ian. 1 minute left, mate.
All right, okay, well, I'll stop now there. I would just only hope that the Hamilton City Councillors vote to allow this name change as it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, time for a question.
Thanks, Michael, for your presentation.
Ian.
Oh, sorry, Ian.
I've been doing it all day.
I just want to confirm on page 94 of the staff report, it says Waikato Tainui would support dual names. Can I have your opinion of that?
Well, firstly, for the reserve, there's no need for it to be a dual name, as there's also
No, this is in reference to Von Tempsey.
Okay. I don't think Waikato Tainui have said for Von Tempsey for it to be a dual name. It would be a terrible situation, and I would not support that. I would withdraw my application if you tried to make it a dual name. The reason why...
Ian, page 94, did you read the report?
I did, thank you, Ewan. Yes, I did. Okay,
so you'll see under 31, Waikato Tainui support the renaming, but it goes on to say that the further advice that received that they would support that approach with Māori name being first in the name of records. So they would support both, but with Māori being first.
Yeah, I would withdraw my application if they had it, if it was a dual name, because otherwise it defeats the whole purpose of getting rid of the name Von Tempsey Street.
So you don't agree with Waikato Tainui?
I'm sorry, Ewan, but I don't actually have the report in front of me, and I've only got 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, let me just, can I just take a quick time out, Ewan, and just see that we are talking not on cross purposes here. Helen, you're saying that's about the park, is that right?
Yeah.
This is point 41 you're talking about?
Yeah, well, no, I'm talking about consultation and engagement, and staff report on page 94, you headed up Von Tempsey Street. And then at 31, there is a paragraph. Are you saying the staff have got it wrong? Are you the author of the report?
I see. Yeah, I can understand your point there. Okay, I think, to be fair to Mr McMichael, we'll tease that further out in questioning as we go into the report.
Yes,
but,
and to be fair to elected members, we need to be able to rely on the reports that staff provide, and it is very clear that the report on page 94, it states that. Now, if staff are saying that, in fact, they've misrepresented, what else have they misrepresented in the report?
How about we get some clarification about that over time before we come to the... you make a good point. Let's get some clarification in time for the actual item, if that's all right.
Sure.
Great, thank you. And we will expect clarification at that point. Okay. So, Sarah, was that what you were relating to?
Worth just getting clarification right now, to be honest, just to clear the air. Because it looked like a copy and paste or some kind of mistake to me.
Well, it's all right if I just don't think the public submissions is the place to get into the debate about that.
You're right.
You've raised a very good point, and I think we'll bring it up.
Thanks.
Big one. Thanks, Sarah. I appreciate that. And Angela was...
I had a clarification point from something Ian said, but I think he might have gone. Ian, are you still there? Yeah, but he might have also stepped away.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, you are still there. Ian, it's Angela O'Leary here. Ian, I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned something about achieving 90% support. Did I hear that right? So there's 28 properties, 90% would be 25 in support.
I suppose it's how you would measure 90%. So if you did it on area of road frontage, for instance.
Oh, I see, okay. Yep, no, yep, I understand, I understand. Thanks, Ian.
All right, thank you, Councillor Angela. All right, thank you, Ian, I appreciate that. I appreciate your submission and the work you've done in it, and your item will come up a wee bit later in the agenda. Thank you. Next on speaking order, got Wiramu Puku, I believe, is on Zoom. Is that right? Hidden away in a waiting room there somewhere.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We just can't see you yet. Wiramu, just hold fire, mate. Oh, there we go. We can see your smiling face.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. I'd like to also acknowledge and thank Ian for his efforts, and to Timi Maipi and to Waikato Tainui for their support in terms of the process of reviving traditional place names and giving the opportunity to do so. And Ian respectfully came to us, and internally the process we followed was to go to the descendants of Ngāti Parikirangi, who occupied Waipahihipa, which was located where Armitage Street is, because the most prominent ancestor that last lived there at the time was the Te Piri Tomanui, and he fought at Mere Mere, Rangerere and Orako during the Raupata. Because sadly, as a consequence, Ngāti Parikirangi lost all their land in Hamilton East and Claudewards. They were a hapu of Ngāti Wairere, but their descendants are still around. So Auntie Heke Tarangi actually holds a lot of the whakapapa of those ancestors, and also who their direct living descendants are, or closest descendants to. So that's the eternal process we followed within the hapu. And and also Te Wehinga was the name of the urupa that was destroyed at the time. The road cutting was put through sometime around about the end of the 1870s. I wish I could get another reference to that. But from the accounts of the past elders of our hapu, quoting the late Mr. Roro Te Puke, my late auntie Mrs. Rangi Skinner, the late Mana Martin, they all remembered their uncles talking about the exhumation of the bones that were gathered from their urupa. And there is an interesting twist to this, that from what I was told, that the bones that were exhumed were largely the bones of children. And so we know that the urupa there was an attempt to protect the urupa very early in the piece in 1864 by my tupuna Hakopatuaro, when he pleaded with the surveyors William Graham and George Blackburn to set aside those reserves to try and avoid the destruction of those old burial grounds. But moving forward, it's not about punishing early settlers about the history. It's really just giving people an understanding of what was on the land originally, and to give it some context and meaning around the name Putikitiki, which refers to the top knot. The reason behind the name is because birds, native birds like the kereru, the huia, all those highly prized birds used to often use gully systems to fly up and to feed off the various trees like the kaikate and the tawa. So the shape of that block extended all the way through up to the university. So that's the name behind, the meaning behind the name Putikitiki.
Thank you, Wiramu. We've got 1.5 minutes left, so are you happy to take some questions?
Yes, happy to do so.
Kia ora. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Kia ora, Wiramu. Thanks for your presentation. Just a question, and it sort of flows out of our conversation on dual names. You touched on the translation there of Putikitiki, essentially as being top knot, but that probably wouldn't be an appropriate dual name, I guess, would it? Or would you, if you had the te reo and then the English in a situation like that?
It'd be better for it to go on an interpretive panel. Because it's the top note was the sacred part of the chief's head. But I suppose an interpretive panel explaining that the meaning of the name and the urupa that was there and its history would be a better option to place that on the corner of the reserve if council were to consider naming that reserve Te Wahine.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 30 seconds left, Ewan. Councillor Ewan.
Very, very quick question. I'm referring to the report again, page 94, point number 22. Application is regarding the two sites celebrate and recognise early settlers, but do not celebrate and recognise local Maori history, despite the area being of significance to Maori. My question is, are you aware or have you been involved in any recent attempt or any attempt to place any locally reflective Maori historical celebrations or signage or monuments there?
Not of recent, no. But I'm keen to the idea to have signage that is well researched and evidenced. That actually talks about the place names that our city, it'd be great to actually have more information that's accessible to the public, but also it helps our rangatahi. It helps many people understand why these names are there in the first place. And many of those names that people in this day and age don't know. But I think now, the time, that door was actually opened by my late father, Hari, to share that history. But the last one I did was the interpretive signage at Te Papalui, or at Jubilee Bush. And that was about 2012.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Wiremu. Thank you, Ewan. All right, thank you, Wiremu. Really appreciate your input today. That item will be item 10. It'll be a bit later in the morning, we think, at this point. Good to see you, mate.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Right, familiar face on Zoom, Tukororangi Morgan, speaking to the same item. I thank you for waiting, sir. Appreciate your time. Now, I don't know if you were here when I was attempting to lay down the law earlier on. You have 5 minutes, and we are hoping to include questions in that. So I'll give you a clear indication when there's a minute to go. So, kia ora, the floor is yours.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou. Tēnā councillors, and those of you who are deliberating and considering this very important issue. Firstly, I have replaced Linda Te Aho as the Chief of Kia Taura, the executive arm of Waikato. And I want to provide some context before I offer my support to the proposal to by me. On Saturday, ladies and gentlemen, the formal opening of Rangiringi Pa was undertaken by Kingi Tuheitia. They are better known by memory as the killing fields of Rangiringi, where men, women and children lost their lives in defence of their homes, their way of life, and their commitment to the King movement. As a consequence of those land wars, Waikato Tānui lost 1.2 million acres, including the lands that are now being about this morning. So for 159 years, our people, and today there are 75,000 tribal members registered under Waikato Tānui, our people have had to carry the weight of history, of injustice, of wrongdoing, of murder for a long, long time. And here you today, considering the simple task of a name change, while our people are having to hunt themselves to embrace the best and more appropriate ways of contributing to shaping this country. So I say to each and every one of you, as Waikato and carry this perpetual responsibility of keeping alive the dedication of our forebears in defence of their homes and their lands, we also would like to show our commitment to decisions that not only impinge on our people, but also impinge on the wider society of Kirikiriroa. And for that precise issue, I speak to you as the chair of the executive wing of Waikato Tainui. Vontemski is a reminder of a past filled with despair and anguish and injustice. We would not want to have a dual name that commemorates his hand in the invasion of Waikato. So, Mr. Chair, I want to acknowledge the effort made by Paula Southgate when I made the call last night to ask for a speaking slot this morning. As my forebear before me is Sir Robert Mahuta, always reminded, his land was taken, land must be returned, but we will never bemoan the fact that an injustice was served upon it.
It's 1 minute to go. 1 minute to go.
We must take hold of the opportunity to repair that which was done to us. I'll take any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Very much appreciate your submission this morning. We've got about a minute left. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Can I ask you a question in regards to the Waitangi Tribunal process that is a recognised mechanism to try to resolve the grievances and lost lands in the past? Are you saying that despite the settlement, Waikato Tainui is still feeling that these issues have not been resolved?
Mr. Wilson, we've had to carry the pain of injustice and despair for 159 years. The settlement is a mark in our history that the Crown has settled for our time the issue of Raupatu. That doesn't in any way, shape or form minimise the manner in which we carry the burden of history on our shoulders and will continue to carry the burden on our shoulders for a long, long time. We must never forget what was perpetrated upon our. That's a human instinct, that's all human behaviour. But as I say that, Mr. Wilson, we have also contributed in every shape and form to fashion a better city. Have a look at our commercial developments. Have a look at what we're doing as a people. We are embracing that which is good and productive for to build a better community in Kirikiriroa. That is our commitment, and it is a commitment that we will never walk away. But I do say to you that if you expect us to leave aside that which was perpetrated upon our people 159 years ago, that is an impossibility.
Thank you. We'll consider that asked and answered now with due deference to everybody who's waiting. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Tuku. Good to see you. All right, ka kite. Thank you. Kia ora. Thank you, councillors. All right, we have one more. Elvina Edwards has been waiting there. to add to the list, who I believe will be the final speaker on Zoom, yeah, on this item. Yeah, and then we've got one more on the old boys. So, crew, the intention is we'll get through the end of submissions, and then we'll take a well-earned cup of tea. All right, and into it. So, Elvina, kia ora, welcome to the room, as it were.
Kia ora, mōrena koutou. Dr. Elvina Edwards, no Ngaitahu. I have been a visitor here from Ngaitahu for 26 years. However, my children are my mokapuna whakapapa here. I would like to mihi te mana whenua, Mangai Māori, councillors, Ian, and all those that have petitioned for change. Can it be tabled that Annie Mati Williams supports this verbal submission? You may wonder what the image behind me represents. While I am Ngaitahu, this is Canterbury. It took till 2016 to remove the derogatory names of Nigger Hill, Nigger Stream, and Nigger Head. Such naming is woven into our history and landscape by colonial white supremacists. It should never take that long to make the right decisions. Note, not one of these changes comes with dual naming. Now today, the current naming is about the contested one-sided histories embedded in our everyday street signs. Do you realise this naming is about a white supremacist killer in the history of colonial violence? Is that acceptable? To put it in perspective, would you feel comfortable walking down a street in Hamilton if it was named after Hitler? It is interesting to listen to people who say that you cannot change the racist names of street signs or take down statues of genocidal racists like Captain Hamilton, because we all need to remember and acknowledge history, good or bad, or the words to that effect, but have no idea about the New Zealand history for the last 200 years plus. Alternatively, the history they believe in is the one their colonial ancestors wrote, or like most politicians, and I'm talking to the representatives at this table, is the rhetoric that gains their votes to retain their position at that table. Too often, your discussions and your decision-making demonstrates your ignorance about how racism against Māori operates in this country. We know it because every interaction with colonial institutions is reinforced by it. And I'm talking about Hamilton City Council. It would help if you focus less on using Māori concepts to decorate and promote your image, and more about learning how racism works and working on ways to fight against it. It starts with our representatives, and it needs to flow down to every service in Hamilton City Council. Furthermore, having representation and management who are not Māori making decisions on naming seems concerning. This needs to change. It needs to change in every department. But in particular today, and I support the previous speakers. So I hope you see that this is a chance to hear the continuously silenced voices, because your white privilege and your unconscious bias are misleading you. I suggest you educate yourself on race relations, especially in New Zealand, before making any more judgment errors. It's actually really insensitive, and it grates to my bones hearing discussions like this having to be voted on. So finally, and I finish, giving nothing to racism and change the rest of the street signs that celebrate murder, rape, loss, theft, and pain.
Thank you, Elvina. I think we know where you sit on that one. All right. We have time for one question from... No more questions. No questions on the board. Good to see you again, and thank you for your submission today. Ka kite. All right, so that concludes the speakers on that item, and we have one more in our public gallery. Rena Schuster Speaking to item 14, this is the community occupancy. Thank you for your patience. Welcome, gentlemen. Oh, Sarah always does that when people come in. In fact, I think Ryan wants to as well, no?
Added enough distance between.
You know, you stay exactly where you are, mister. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you for waiting.
Tēnā rā tātou e ngā rangatira o te kainehera o Kirikiri Roa. Kia koe Tiamana Mark Banting me tō komiti hoki. He mihi mai o ha hoki kia kōrua Oli rau ko te pora mō tō kōrua tautoko mai e kia mātou I tēnei rā. This is Phil Webster. He's our current president, and my name's Rena Schuster. I'm the immediate past president, coach of Hamilton Old Boys 7 White, and manager of Hamilton Old Boys 10 Black. We'd like to thank the City Councillors for the opportunity to present today. Phil and I speak today on behalf of our club committee, our players, our members, our associated clubs, our global support network, our families and our kids, the future stars of Hamilton Old Boys and Waikato Rugby. We also represent our tūpuna, the many men and women who have gone before, who in the time since our club was formed in 1916, over 100 years ago, have contributed blood, sweat and tears to the establishment of the area, Fred Jones Park and all its facilities, into the home of Hamilton Old Boys as it exists today. While the report suggests that we've been based at Rugby Park since 1940, we've in fact been based in the area since 1930, 90 years. In that time, the club has grown to be the most successful rugby club in the Waikato. Sorry, Donnie. Building a legacy of an iconic club in the local community, Hamilton City, and the province of Waikato. We've always been proud of the strong contribution to the stadium precinct and enjoyed the partnership between the club and the city to further each other's objectives, both in terms of ongoing wairua and vibrancy of the area, and also playing our part to attract people and events to the precinct. Our forfeiture of our perpetual right of renewal and part of our leased area to allow the stadium build was an important indication of how we as a club view and honour this partnership. In the lead up to the forfeiture, the stadium build required an additional area of land adjacent to Fred Jones Park to be subdivided off the then leased area of Hamilton Old Boys. You may recall there was a significant group of unhappy parties opposing the build of the stadium. If a subdivision was to be undertaken, it would require public consultation, inviting opposition to submit and oppose the project. The council representatives of the day, the Stadium Trust, approached Hamilton Old Boys about alternative ways of acquiring the land without subdivision. An agreement was eventually reached with the club, and an understanding that while the lease term beyond 20 years and a perpetual right of renewal could not be given at the time, that as long as the club was in good heart, that there was no reason that a renewal would not be given. Everyone was happy. Subsequently, during the V8's era, and again in later years, Hamilton Council representatives have made several predetermining statements regarding a non-renewal of Hamilton Old Boys lease for what seemed commercial objectives. This ignited a period of mistrust between our two parties, and it ultimately resulted in the drafting of a statement of claim by our club's lawyers to protect our membership's interests. Luckily, things have improved. At this point, we'd like to acknowledge and thank the current councillors for recently resolving to support a partnership approach to the renewal terms, and council staffers Karen Kwok and Maria Barry for helping to rebuild the trust between the council and the club. We do not doubt that without this resolution, this would have been a stressful and messy affair for all involved. We can honestly say we are now looking forward to the future. We've experienced growth, membership, on-field success, increasing support, financial stability over one of the most disruptive periods in this country's history, and we are very proud of the efforts of our volunteers to keep it together. It could be said we are in really good heart. It is with this in mind that we are requesting firstly an approval for a 33-year lease term And secondly, a perpetual right of renewal arrangement similar to the lease arrangement that we had before the stadium build. We support the recommended special conditions and think that these will foster ongoing positive relations between the club and council partners. As a recreational reserve, there are very few reasons or alternatives that this land can be used for that will deliver better ongoing outcomes for the Hamilton community than those that HOB delivers every year, according to the 4 well-beings. We are constantly reminded of how important these pillars are of social connection for the individual and the community.
Thank you. We're on time, but Ollie, if you can ask a quick question and you can give a quick answer, we can get that in.
Thanks, Chair Mark. Rena mihi atu kia koe te tōka ana kōrero kua tai mai nei te whakapoa ki nā kaupapa o Hamilton Old Boys. Just a quick question, and you answered in your speech there, just confirming you're happy with the special conditions that have been put forward as part of the staff recommendation?
Yeah, we've, and I didn't get to finish my speech, but we've come to an agreed position. We've compromised from our side. There's been compromises from the council, and we're super happy with where it's at right now.
Okay, thank you very much. Good question. Thank you, Ollie. Kia ora, thank you, and I'm sorry I've been so tight on time, but you appreciate the pressure we're under today.
Awesome.
All right, good stuff. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, your item is quite a wee way down in the you're welcome to stay. Really, seriously? Or you're welcome to take us all with you. Great, thank you very much. All right, that concludes our submissions. Thank you very much to people who have contributed today. We'll take a coffee break. That clock is 1 hour ahead. So we'll take a break until 11:20. Thank you, team. Great. We'll resume our work. Now, my apologies in advance if I slip up in the speaking order. I've actually got the worst seat in the house because I've got the one that's not showing who needs to speak next. So there's a lot of that going on. It's not because I'm not interested in what you're saying. Oh, good point. I could never. Actually, yeah, that would be helpful if you did, actually, yeah. That'd be great. Alrighty. No trouble at all. All right, so we'll resume where we're at. We're on to the confirmation of the minutes of the 2nd of March. Thank you. I'll second that happily, or Ryan's seconding that. Do we have any questions, debate, anything arising from those? Okay, in which case I'll put that to the vote. In favour? Have we got, is anyone against? Great, thank you. The rest of the day will be just like that. Okay, absolutely. So, right, we're on to the Chair's report.
I'll move.
Thank you. Look, I do have just a couple of quick... No, they're not huge. One is an apology to Councillor O'Leary, because I gave her the undertaking that I would bring to this meeting about the parklet in Frankton. Yeah. So if you're okay, I'll... Good. I will endeavour to get that done, and it'll either come to your meeting, Dave's meeting, or my next meeting, which will be the quickest. Is that okay? Everyone understand that item that we're talking about? Okay. Not going to invite questions on that one. And the other one, I do think since this report was written, we had, you'll be aware, we had a tragedy, if you like, at the zoo. One of the animals didn't make it. And I just wanted to extend this committee's condolences and best wishes to the staff who have to put up with some pretty grievous situations sometimes, and just let them know that we are thinking of them and passing our strength and love at this point. So... do we have any other questions about the Chair's report? Nope. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any debate? And you made me struggle over that for that. All right. Okay, thank you. I'll put the motion. Those in favour of receiving the report? Anyone against? Great. Okay. Moving on. Right, we'll take a lunch break now. Just kidding. Right. General Manager's report.
Yes.
Helen, the floor's yours.
Yeah, good morning, Councillor. So just a number of information and update items mostly. And just at the October Community Committee, we were given approval to complete and submit a non-binding expression of interest to MB for Hamilton's eyesight. So just to let you know that that has been acknowledged, but we're still waiting on confirmation of next steps, so we don't have any more of an update other than that at this stage. And also just to let you know that with the Waikato Museum, there's a number of renewal and upgrade projects which are all on track, including the Victoria Street entrance in years 1 to 3. And we're currently working through that design, and that's around making sure that that entrance is shows good, strong visual presence and improved access, and that's due for completion in 2024. And then just on the Hamilton Gardens development, to advise that there is a 6-month delay with the visitor arrival centre and the paid entry. It's delayed for another 6 months for various reasons, including some COVID delays, but also just really to make sure that the design does what it needs to do regarding an enhanced visitor experience, and to make sure that it aligns with any system and flow requirements associated with paid entry. The good news is that the Egyptian garden will be open to the public from the 10th of May, so that's really exciting. This is believed to be the first recreation of this ancient garden in modern times, so it's going to be really awesome for the public. Also, the Zoo Waiwhakariki Shed entry project, the playground was opened on the 11th of April, and also the Everyday Cafe, which is the cafe which is outward facing, is now open to the public from Easter. Stage 1A is complete, which is the cafe and entry, and 1B, which is the Canopy Walkway and the Runga Immersive Boardwalk, are on track. The tower, which is also part of 1B, has been delayed. It is still due to be finished by the end of the year, though, and that's due to some delays in the arrival of structural steel. The stage 2, which is the Brimer Road urbanisation, is underway with stormwater and pavement and construction of the eastern car park. So it's all progressing really well, and we'll have a few milestones to celebrate over the next few months. Also in this report is the Accessible Properties report. This is our standard 6-monthly report. It outlines occupancy and rentals, and it is compliant with the agreed encumbrances and the agreements between council and Accessible Properties. The one item that we do require approval for today is the deferral of the water safety or the river safety report. We'd endeavoured to bring that back to this meeting, but we are requiring more time to work through some potential actions with our relevant partners. So that's the staff recommendation for today, is to bring that back to the 14th of June Community Committee.
Thank you, General Manager, for your report. We've got a couple of questions here. Councillor Pascoe, you're first up.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Helen, for the update. Just a question on both the Hamilton Gardens development and the zoo delays. Are we experiencing any cost increases as a result of those delays and or the inflationary pressures?
Yeah, I'll let Leanne answer that for you. Thanks, Councillor. Should have brought you up.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Pascoe. In terms of the zoo Waiwhakariki, we have confidence that we can manage that project within the budget. In terms of the Hamilton Gardens existing projects, yes, we are managing. At the moment, we are waiting on final designs, initial designs for the visitor arrival centre, so we can do the appropriate QSing and stuff like that to confirm whether or not we will or won't be within our budget envelope. But obviously, it's back of mind for us all at the moment, given escalating prices and delays in receiving materials.
Right, so we're still at the quote stage, are we, with the gardens one?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Robb. Councillor Maxine.
Thank you. Helen, with regard to the deferral of the water safety improvements report, also connected with that was the design and upgrade of the Wellington Street Beach area. Just wanted your assurance that the delay of that report won't be further delaying the ongoing work at Wellington Street Beach.
No, and whatever we will include in that report coming back to June, where we're at with the Wellington Street Beach. I think Maria did talk about any actions that we were looking at undertaking that might be related to river safety would need to be cognizant of the Wellington Street Beach and vice versa. So we wanted to make sure that we were doing that thinking around both of those items. On regards to the water safety report, we're looking at short-term as well as longer-term actions. So, yeah.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Max. Quick question from me, if I may, that with regards to the gardens delay, probably to you, Leanne, is the Gallagher's or the naming rights people are all over this? They're okay?
So the sponsors, which...
Sponsors, thank you, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, great. Good to hear. All right, thank you. Well, if there is no further questions, I will move the recommendations on the General Manager's report item, and those are that we receive the report and we approve the Water Safety Improvements report that is deferred to the 14th of June Community Committee meeting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ryan. And is there any debate? None from me at this point. Okay, in that case I'll call for the vote. Those in favour of those recommendations? Those against? Great sight. Real people with their hands up. Oh, you wouldn't believe how refreshing that is. Great. Lovely. Thank you, Dave. You all on board? Yep, you can hear us, Dave? Yeah, cool. We can't hear you. No, it's bliss at the moment. Don't change it. Right, beautiful. Okay, we're moving on to the item number, where are we? Number 8, the Toti business case proposal decision for the Founders Theatre site. Sean, welcome to the space. We'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
Look, this paper follows on from a informal workshop where Toti presented their latest version of the business case for their option for Founders Theatre, and the set of recommendations pretty much came out of the discussions that you wanted to have considered as a result of that presentation. So happy to take any questions.
One at a time, please. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, just, I mean, obviously, if council ends up going for option A, that is the decline of the Toti proposal, I'm aware of a potential chair's recommendation, also a potential amendment from Councillor O'Leary. What does that, can you just clarify where we talk about the Founders Theatre site upgrade project, 4 million in year 2. So that year 2, of course, is July 1 this year?
Correct.
So on July 1, if council proceeds with that particular option, what is the timetable for the development of the West Town Belt, particularly in terms of what would happen initially to the Founders Theatre building site?
Sure. We don't have a specific timetable in place at this point in time. We're waiting for clarity on this, whatever resolution is decided here. But it would certainly take some time for planning for the actual rectification of the land to take place, which would be conducted by staff within the community group. In terms of the removal of the building itself, that could actually be done within a reasonably quick time frame. However, I would stress that, as you may recall, the plan, if we go down that track for the West Town Belt, was to keep some features and enhancements to do with Founders, so that it sort of be recommended to parts of it might be kept, for example, as a part of the new purpose green space. So therefore, we really would need to wait for the plan to be completed before we went ahead with any demolition, so that we'd taken anything into account that needed to be taken into account.
So are you looking at the demolition crews moving in this year at all?
I can't answer that question. We'd need to see what the plan would be from the community group in terms of the new landscape that they would put in place. But it is possible.
It's possible. So I'm just trying to work out, if it's this year versus next year.
It's certainly possible in the next financial year, which begins 1 July.
So any notion that the reason for this question, Mr. Chair, is in terms of, a time span and a neutral situation, because I'm aware, obviously now that we have the confidential reports in public, so I'm aware that there's a proposal potentially to demolish the current Celebrating Age Centre, proposal potentially to demolish and rebuild the buildings in Ward Norris Park, and also develop buildings potentially in Pembroke. Those are all up in what it was the confidential report. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to zero in on the context of those buildings are potentially up for redevelopment or demolition, in terms of if we proceed with a report for a major staff investigation. Where would this fit relative to that? So
the investigation of the other buildings would be around 6 to 12 months. The Founders Theatre, that could, as Sean said, that could happen, within probably the next 3 months. However, we do need the Parks team to work with the demolition team around the rectification of the park. So we're probably looking around 6 months as well.
6 months. So you basically could be looking at August, September, October?
Potentially. Yep.
Right, that's interesting dates. Why would you, if now on the formally confidential report, we're going to be discussing direction of travel for the Celebrating Age building, all the buildings in Ward Norris Park, where basically you're saying that could be a 6 to 12 month journey in terms of where, direction of travel. What cost and harm would it be to align the Founders Theatre site to the direction of travel with regard to the potential redevelopment or demolition of those buildings?
So in terms of the investigations, all it does is increase the scope. So there's no real harm in that, and we have got some budget to do those investigations. At this stage, that budget doesn't include Founders Theatre. Obviously, we'd try and do that all within that cost. We'd come back to council if we required any further budget on that.
But just so we've got it right, subject to the council receiving and adhering to the staff recommendation, there's a proposal later in this agenda for the potential redevelopment of Celebrating Age, all the building on Ward Norris Park. So if you align the Founders Theatre to that process, just so I've got this clear, there wouldn't be a significant extra cost to council.
Not significant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Right, the order of questions I've got next is I've got Councillor Ewan, Councillor Angela, Councillor Rob, Councillor Mayor Paula and Councillor Dave in that order. So, Councillor Ewan, and I'm running at a post-it note. So, Ewan, it's up to you. Oh, and Councillor... Do we not have Councillor...
Chair, I'm happy to go after Councillor...
A post-it note does not lie, but if you're cool, well, you guys work out who's going to go first out of the two of you. Okay, Sarah, it's up to you. Thanks, Ewan.
Sean, could you please there were a few things raised in the submissions which I'd be keen to get some information on, and one was around the lack of an engineering report. Could you please, I guess, summarise what information we do have available in terms of the seismic strength and other...
We have a full engineering report that was tabled to this or to previous councils at the time back in 2017. We had a full report.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Thank you. And what did it say regarding the seismic?
It essentially highlighted a number of areas in the building that were compromised in terms of seismic strength. In one area down to, they estimated below 15%, which is a threshold for under legislation, and a number of other areas that went through. The issue that we have had where people have been challenged by this is there's been quite often, understandably, confusion between the closure of the theatre was initially due to safety concerns, primarily with the stagehouse, in terms of how it could handle continuing to operate as a fully fledged stagehouse. And it wasn't until we looked at trying to fix that after we closed that we started to get alerts coming through from people doing investigations to see how we could fix it, to say, hang on, we think there's some other issues going on here in the building that you need to do more thorough investigation. And that led us to do the seismic, have the engineers do the seismic tests for us, which really then presented a whole new host of issues. The thing to remember is that whilst there might be a seismic strength issue in one area, it knocks on to another area, to another area, to another area. While you might have to do certain work to rectify a seismic strength issue in one area, it actually causes you to have to redo things in other areas. So it became a little bit of a snowball, if you like, as we went through the process to see what we could do. And I would say that, also say in the same vein of your question, that when that work was all done, the work and the costings that were done by the experts was all about basic rectification of the theatre. It was not turning it into a new butte, all sort of upgraded facility at all. In fact, part of the challenge that I think some councillors had at the time would be that we'd spend a lot of money and you'd walk in and wonder what had actually changed.
Mm. Okay, thank you. I have a couple more.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Thank you. So in terms of, there was a question I found quite interesting just around sustainability of taking down an existing building and I guess the resources that they've gone into that. So I've got a question around how we would treat, if the decision was made to demolish the Founders Theatre, how would we ensure that we sustainably treated any of that, what would become waste, although we wouldn't want it to be waste, if you know what I mean? It's,
Yeah, look, I'm not an expert on that. That is something that we work with the demolition company, and in terms of how the materials from that site would be redeployed or alternatively go to a proper waste facility. There are asbestos issues that have to be adhered to, but I'm not an expert to say how could we minimise the carbon impact. I mean, the real question, I think, when you talk about that is if you've got a built facility, by destroying it, you sort of cause harm, and then you're going to replace it and put more, potentially harmful resource in. And it's a very difficult question. I can't answer that in terms of what the best way to overcome that is. On the H3 side, we had actually toyed with ideas amongst ourselves about could we crush the concrete and metal down from the theatre and also from the muni pools to create a new embankment around Seddon Park on the eastern side where we currently have the stand. So there was an idea of how could we reuse that, and that's been kicked around a bit. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's a lot of cost issues that relate to that, but we've certainly had those discussions, but not at an expert level.
Okay, thank you. Would it be possible for staff action, depending on the outcome today, to actually come back with, just when it next comes back to us, with some ways that we could look at, I guess, making best use of materials, if possible?
Yeah, sure, and I think that has to apply to any building that's demolished or any waste from any construction site that's undertaken.
You raise a good point, Sarah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, sorry, just make... Last one for now, given the number of questions on the list there. It was just in terms of the fountains as well, what is the intention in terms of the two fountains that have been raised today, which currently aren't in working order?
My recollection, but I should defer to Helen, is that the West Town Belt plan, should fountains be removed from the site, included having the Hilda Ross fountain and the other fountain, I don't know the name, actually restored or renovated so they'll become fully operable. Okay. I mean, they have both been victims of very expensive repair work that's been required that hasn't been funded, as I understand it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sarah. I've got Councillor Yu and then Councillor Angela.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Sean. I've got a number of questions, and I wonder if I start with the original engineering report that I'm assuming yourself and the then Chief Executive relied on to justify the closing of the Founders Theatre. Is it correct, or am I wrong to assume that it had identified two seismic areas of concern?
First of all, if I could just say the closure was not due to the engineer's report. The closure was due to a health and safety investigation that was done independently on safety matters to do with the theatre operation itself. In terms of the engineer's report, look, I would have to refer back to the paperwork on that. I can't recall, but my recollection is three areas were of a concern. There's obviously the stagehouse area, the beams across the auditorium, and also the wall that goes between the auditorium and the foyer. But that's just a recollection. I really should check the paperwork.
And is it your recollection that that was in the context of the theatre being used as a theatre going forward?
That's exactly correct. That's right.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that, in fact, if it was to be used for other activities that are non-theatre related, including the removal or the of the fly tower, etc., that in theory it could, in its present form, be capable of being used for a community hub?
Look, I'm not an expert on that, but the way it was described by one of the submitters earlier on, absolutely. The way he put it, it made sense that if you're going to reconfigure it for a different purpose, remove a whole lot of stuff, put new stuff in, absolutely, it sounds right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you were to be asked and maybe there are two answers. There'll be an accounting answer and then your own market analysis. Currently, what is the value on the books of the bricks and mortar that currently is the Founders Theatre?
Oh, look, in terms of the value on the books, it's virtually zero in terms of the council's accounts, but once again, I'd have to check that. I did answer that previously, but I've forgotten it.
Okay.
It was very small. We'd pretty much written it off.
So
There's a
that
little
is a
bit of residual, but nothing much.
Okay.
Yeah,
So, right.
it's pretty much zero.
And so the second limb of my question was, what would you believe it is currently worth, in light of the fact that you've said in theory if it wasn't being used as a theatre, it still has a value?
Once again, I could not answer that question. I would say it's not currently worth anything because it's not usable in its current form. So for someone to add value, to fix it, to strengthen it, do whatever, such as this TOTI plan, then it would certainly change the value of the property. But in its current form, it's not usable. So it doesn't really hold value.
So we don't have it insured?
There will be some cover that we have, but I couldn't tell you the exact detail of that.
So you don't know what it's insured for?
No, I don't think it'll be part of our blanket cover. I'm not sure if anyone's here.
By the end of the item?
Sure. The thing to remember on that is it is just the building property. The land itself is on reserve land, so there is a separation between the building and the land.
You referred to the health and safety report that was prepared and was the basis for the closure back in 2017. And you distinguished that from an issue of the seismic components. Could you remind us exactly what that health and safety concerns were?
The health and safety concerns were primarily to do with the stagehouse itself and its ability to hold the amount of weight that stagehouses hold, whether it's set props that are on a flying system along with their counterweight pulley systems and so forth. So there was a real concern that we were loading up, we were putting loads in there that were continuing to be reduced because of health and safety reports to a point where there was concerns that it was unsafe.
Thank you. So if I was to look at page 40 on the agenda today, I'm a layperson looking at this, and there seems to be a map or a plan that highlights areas of the theatre. For colleagues, it's page 40. Could you help me understand the location of the stage house?
Sorry, I'm just looking for my hard copy.
Attachment 1 in the PowerPoint.
Yeah, I don't have that. Sorry, I don't have this as handy as I thought I did.
It's all right. If I was to expand mine, could you see it?
No, it's all right. Oh. Page 40, I'm just about there. Okay, so all right, so the area, if you're on either page 39 or 40, the area that's noted as D is where the fly tower currently resides.
Okay, thank you. So
above the stage.
Wonderful. So as a city, we chose to close the theatre based on a health and safety analysis that was focused on findings that said portion D is unsafe. Could you help me understand? Is it fair to assume as a layperson area K, F and A, and of course the front part that was actually not that old, that was actually relatively recent? I think certainly in my term of the 20 years that council invested a lot of money in doing. Those were safe?
I'm sorry, I'm looking for Area K.
Area K, it's...
Goes the outer.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so look, if you look at that, D being the fly tower, that's where we saw the initial issues. We're then in Area F, as I said before, there was issues about, you know, the beams across the roof and the auditorium itself.
Sorry, Sean, but that wasn't in relation to the health and safety, was it? That came subsequently.
Correct.
Right.
So, subsequent, and also the wall between F and K became later on.
But as I said, Council, the Chief Executive at the time, on the basis of a health and safety report back in 2017, chose to close the entire Founders Theatre just based on D. And then I think I've heard you to say that subsequently you've made inquiries and a report came back highlighting a couple of other areas.
Yes, and when I say D, one of the areas that I missed out was the also the fire retardant capability, the different services and that we had there for general safety issues, which roll right through the venue, particularly in the auditorium.
Sean, did you authorise the access of the police into the facility for training purposes over the last few years?
Yes, I have.
And on the basis that of a health and safety report back in 2017 and subsequent engineering reports that you now have a copy of, do you stand by your decision to do that? Is that a safe and appropriate activity?
Yes, I do stand by decisions to do that. The closure was on the basis of using having the stage house being used for theatrical performances, sound equipment, light equipment, drapes, everything else like that, and also having it with large numbers of people for a prolonged period of time. Under the seismic legislation, however, we are able to let people come and go on an intermittent basis. However, we did close the total performance capability, and I actually also had our staff vacate the site as well, since it was going to be operated.
Right. During the most recent COVID outbreak, the front of just at the back of D has been used as a significant COVID testing area, and literally thousands of Hamiltonians, men, women, children, have gone in through that facility and used that facility, well, actually just outside really, I'm assuming D. Could you clarify, has anybody during that time needed to enter any of the Founders Theatre?
Not for that purpose, no.
Okay, but it was deemed safe for them to conduct activities right next to the building?
Yep.
Right, and why was that?
Look, it's in terms of the legislation, it's permissible to do. We have a lot of buildings that you know, of similar nature, which it was associated, it was alongside it. So they didn't have access to the building at all.
Thank you. Last question. I've had some others, but I know there's a long list.
Thanks, Ewan.
If we were to bowl the Founders Theatre, and I've heard some suggest that we may then want to rebuild a community hub with other activities, what sort of price would you project that may cost to build afresh a community hub on that particular space of land?
Look, once again, this is not my area of expertise. I could give you a guess, but it's really just an uninformed guess. But I think if you, Helen, I don't know if you've got any benchmarks for costs of other properties that have been built out there or that. But I wouldn't, I wouldn't know. $2 or $3 million. It depends. The design, the capability you want in there, the safety factors, everything else like that.
One last question, Mark, and I promise it is my last.
Okay.
The decision back in 2017 and subsequent decisions not to open Founders, your motivation was never to position the city to fund the new Waikato Regional Theatre. The decisions were separate, were they?
Totally. At the time, we embarked straight away, and we put a lot of effort and energy and spent a fair amount of money, I have to say, in terms of trying to find a way to reopen the theatre and rectify it. And we submitted a number of options to council along those lines. We had business cases prepared but we got to a point where the costs, as we saw it and as we were being advised, just kept getting bigger and bigger to the point, as I said earlier on, to the point where we were saying, well, we can do this, but you are not going to see much difference. The only thing that we did look at as a enhancement, if you like, was to make the stage house bigger, because we had a number of performances coming that were bypassing Hamilton, or they were coming in reduced size. So the NZSO coming in a reduced size format, New Zealand Ballet had stopped, opera had stopped, because the size of the stage area and the stage house simply wasn't suitable for their requirements. So we did want to take the opportunity to make the stage house that little bit bigger, but that was the only real enhancement.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Ewan. Appreciate your line of questioning there. Councillor Angela, you're up.
Thank you. And just a note as well to committee, I have the detailed seismic report, structural report, if anybody wants to see that. I'm happy to, when I get rid of my scribble notes on it, I'm happy to send it around. But just on that, so we actually had 3 reports. We had the safety report, the initial assessment, and then the detailed assessment. And in that it said, in the detailed one, it said that there was, under the current legislation at that time, there was no legal requirement to close the theatre. And my recollection is, after communications with insurance, because we knew of some of the issues and the risks, that we came in a cropper with that. And that's the reason I remember sitting around this table thinking, oh bugger.
Yeah.
If we're not insured, we're in, and something did happen, we're in poo, basically.
Yeah, so it was a loss of public liability insurance under those circumstances, plus council's overriding policy.
Yeah, okay. And then, so also in that report, Sean, and I'm not, this is a question about whether legislation has changed or not in that time. I remember it saying, while there was no legal requirement under the earthquake-prone building legislation at that time to close, that, and they talked about some notice of something, to repair, that there's a 10-year window. So is that still the same? And given we've got 6 years to go, if we were to do something, we have to do it within 4 years. And if that's still the case, then what would happen if it wasn't fixed within 4 years?
Look, once again, I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on this, but I think I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
yes, we would have a certain amount of time to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, just on your point about closure and that, we took it pretty seriously.
We did.
We had a lot of concern about the continuous use of the theatre, large numbers of people there, including when there wasn't a performance, in terms of all the rehearsals and everything else going on. So it was a prudent measure under the circumstances.
Yeah.
Other businesses might not have taken it that.
No. And that was, as I remember, I think, Sean, that was mainly because we lost all insurance, because we had all these, these reports that we'd commissioned, 3 reports to say that should the worst happen, you won't be insured, and that's a risk too big for the city. That's how I remember it. Okay, and the other question then, just back then, we talked about, and I remember the former mayor challenged me when I said, I recall staff saying 20 million to repair was worst case scenario. The disparity between Toti's proposal and our 20 million, I suppose 6 years ago, it's going to be more than that, in terms of bringing it up to seismic strength. Do you have a comment about that?
As I said in the report, without having detail beyond what they have provided us with, it just seems incredibly light for the amount of work that they are proposing to do in terms of the redesign and the repurposing. There will be a lot of materials that will be demolished within the theatre in order to repurpose it along the lines that's wanted. There will be a certain amount of structural work required in the stage house to put those floors in that will give structure. It just seems incredibly light in terms of the cost.
Yeah, and I think I mean, this is a structural engineer's report, so it's a little bit challenging for me, but as I'm not an engineer. But I think while we've often talked about the fly tower and the mechanical parts of that, as I recall, the weight and the fact that they were connected to the auditorium roof and walls also brought that whole auditorium into that risk category as well.
That's correct. As the engineers were doing an inspection of the stage house in order to ascertain how to go forward as a part of, because we were working really hard to reinstate founders at the time, they then noticed other things which led to the knock-on evaluation and the fuller report to be done.
If it was still being used as a theatre?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
But when I say that, in its current shape and form.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Appreciate that. So we've got Rob and then Dave. So Councillor Rob.
Thank you, Chair. I've got three questions. Jackie Keelan mentioned this morning in her submission about the shortage of space in the city for community groups. Have we done any work on this that would support her comment, that would support her comment or otherwise?
I think we definitely support that there's a need out there for community space. I think, you know, that's been raised with this council a number of times. The next paper coming up does propose, you know, with the issues with celebrating age, and we also heard from Grant from the Wood Guild Society this morning around Norris Ward. So looking at what is actually required, particularly within the inner city, we're doing broader work as well within the city, but within the central city. But what is the best outcome, actually? And I think we need to look at all of those buildings in relation to each other. I don't think we can take one separate from the other. We need to look at what is required within the city and how can we best meet that outcome.
Yeah, and that sort of follows on to this next question I've got, which is really, I suspect that one of the disagreements between Council and Toti on this particular building is its condition. And that is, you know, is it wise for them or for anyone to spend $10 million on repurposing a building if we, and I'm talking about the community, if we could spend $10 million on something that is new and fit for purpose. So is that one of those options, and is, you know, could we do something with 10 million? I'm using the we again. Do something with $10 million that would perhaps provide, in the long term, a better outcome?
Our view is that a lot of the problems that we have with some of our community facilities at the moment is precisely because they have been retrofitted and not repurposed really well. If we are going to look at a retrofit or a repurpose, then that, in our view, needs to be done very well. And I guess we're reluctant as staff to say that Founders is the answer to that. I think we need to look wider at the buildings within the city. Yes, you could do something with 10 million. We'd need to understand what we could do with that and does it meet the need.
Yeah, okay. And last question is really around the areas that are currently concerning me. One, who's going to tenant it. Two, who the funders are going to be, and how good are the budgets. And we've seen as much, I think, as we are going to get at this stage from Toti. Have we pushed, perhaps to Sean on this, have we pushed harder to get that information? And I know that there's a reluctance on the part of Toti to provide it, but surely we can use non-disclosure agreements and so forth in order to get some comfort around the fact that if we are keen to continue talking about repurposing the Founders, that we're heading down a pathway that's going to be of benefit to them and to our community.
To be fair, I have not pushed back on Toti in terms of the numbers they provided. I've taken them at face value that that's what they prepared. So I certainly, as I've said, I struggle with the numbers, but I have not pushed back and said, you know, really. I think the area that I have done some independent checking out is funding sources, and I haven't discovered any funding sources. I just don't know where that's coming. As I said in the paper, where we've had these sorts of instances in the past, we would normally might agree something in principle, subject to funders coming forward, and at that point, funders, you know, can choose to come forward. For something of this magnitude, I've also, I guess, taken the opinion, as expressed in the paper, that the nature of fund is for something of this scale, it's a separate conversation to an annual application process. You know, it's a different beast.
Okay, and just one follow-on from that. You've had experience in the city in recent years where we have had similar requests for council buildings to be taken over by trusts and used for purposes. In those instances, you've had the indications from those promoters wanting to do that as to what they were going to do, where they were going to get the funds from, who the potential tenants might have been, and how they were going to fund their operations going forward?
Yes, that's correct. The instances, though, that I have experienced are limited to the theatres, so Clarence Street and the media, and they were being picked up by organisations who were going to continue to use them as they were originally purposed to be used. So it was a much more straightforward thing. I'm only here because I'm the previous custodian of the Founders Theatre. I'm not here as an expert on community facilities or different community groups, what their needs are, and so forth. So I haven't, got into that side of it. That's for Helen and her team.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rob. I appreciate the nature of your questions too. Appreciate the effort you're putting in to keep them tight. So thank you, Councillor Dave.
Thank you, Chair Bunty. Look, I've got a few questions, some of which arise from some of the other questioners. Maybe I'll start at the end there with Sean. Sean, you've said a couple of times now you've struggled with Toti's financial sort of picture. That's my words. I think you used the figures at one stage, but you didn't push back. Why not, if you wanted to present us with your best advice, why didn't you ask them for some details that then maybe we could have looked at confidentially to sort of test their presumptions that they're presenting to us?
Well, I guess I wasn't aware that there was much more detail beyond what was submitted, and those submissions had gone directly to everyone in the first instance in any case. So that's the reason I didn't push back at this stage.
Okay. We're not going to get much further on that one. When you mentioned the other theatres that we'd had proposals for that we've eventually handed over, initially, in every case, wouldn't it be true to say that those propositions that came to us were quite general, and it wasn't until council expressed an interest that we then asked for more details at a later stage and took a while to get them in some cases?
I think the propositions that came to us were actually very specific for the purpose that they wanted to use those two theatres for. So they were very, very specific. They were very focused. They did have some fairly detailed projections that were sort of backed up by support from accountants. They also had backup of how they would handle their governance arrangements and so forth. So they came through with a very thorough and very clearly understood plan, in my view.
Yeah, but that wasn't my question. I said initially. Are you trying to tell me that initially we got all the governance proposals and the financial proposals from them?
No.
If you are, I'd like to go back into the documents to check that, because that's not my recollection.
No, initially they came to us with their concepts and then said they'll come back with their detailed plans, which they did.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to make. In other words, somewhat similar to this, even though they were for a different end use, which I accept the point you've made. Look, going on to the stadium seismic strength, the founders seismic strength issue, you mentioned, I think, the fly tower area, I think you used the figure 15%, I don't know what's the correct term, earthquake proof or earthquake safe, or whatever it means. You can maybe explain that a bit. But that 15% area, were there any other areas assessed to have an earthquake risk in it?
Yes, the range was from across the entire building was between 25% of strength down to 15 or less than 15%, and that was before they did any intrusive examinations. So, yeah, anything from 25% seismic strength, bearing in mind that the legislation is listed 100%, and down to less than 15.
So the 25%, what areas were that for?
So areas over the auditorium itself, over the seating roof for the connections and the rafts and beams, and also the wall between the auditorium and the foyer area.
So F and part of K, basically, if I'm looking at that picture, that's plan.
Yep.
Yep. So looking at another nearby council facility, the old stand, well network stand at the stadium, was that not assessed as also at 25% standard, and that we kept it open, kept it going for some time?
I can't recall the actual number. I think it was nearer to 30%. Or 33%. I'd have to check that. But yes, we did, because once again, it was pretty much not used at all, except for 2 full days. So it wasn't. It was just a very fast use. It was a higher level, and it wasn't a continuous use situation.
And how many thousand people were going in there?
I think, if it was full, it would take 6,000.
Yeah. And how many people in Founders, maximum? 1,700?
1,300 seated, and then plus all the staff and casts and everything else.
Yeah, okay, thanks. So just on the Area D, the architect that spoke to us at the start said one of the remedial pieces of work they do, or has been done perhaps, is that the counterweights in the fly tower would be removed, which would creating, I think he described it as the biggest pressure point for the causing the seismic risk. Was that sort of roughly correct in lay terms?
In terms of, we initially removed them because of safety risks in terms of not from a seismic test at all, but just from a strength of the materials that made up the stage house. So yes, what had happened over successive years, we've been reducing the amount of weight that the stage house was carrying, to the point where it was limiting our ability to serve our customers, but also to a point where health and safety reports said it was still not at all satisfactory. So yes, we have removed everything from the tower, which is why we can't operate it as a theatre in its own right. And that's before we looked at the seismic issues. So they have been removed.
Okay. And was council alerted to that during the time prior to the closing of Founders Theatre, that they were progressively removing all of that overhead stuff to the point of where it was being unsatisfactory for users?
I can't answer that question as it relates to before my arrival at council. However, when I did arrive at council, it was well known amongst staff that they were operating in the margins. Now, I'm not sure if there had been any formal advice to this council ahead of my advice through the CEO for concerns.
Okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, the health and safety report suggested that staff were probably working too hard to try to make the show carry on beyond what they should have been doing.
Right, but no evidence of it having been raised formally with council?
Not that I'm aware of or can recall in my time, but as I say, this was pretty soon after I arrived.
Right. Now, look, you were discussing with Councillor Sarah about the sustainable or more sustainable ways of treating demolition material at one point. Would it be correct that the most sustainable use for a building that's no longer being used for its original intention would be to repurpose and reuse the building? Is that not far more sustainable than demolition and disposing somehow of the resulting debris?
Look, I'm not an expert in this area, but I think what you're suggesting makes sense on the face of it, bearing in mind that a certain amount of destruction or demolition will have to occur to repurpose the building and new materials brought in. So I'm not trying to argue that point with you, but I'm not an expert on that.
But, for instance, removing seats would be one obvious thing in Area F if you were repurposing the way Toti was talking about. And those seats could all be reused somewhere else, presumably, someone that needed that sort of seating.
That's absolutely correct. The thing I would highlight with that particular floor, though, is that it's held up by a sort of jagged concrete, I'm going to call them columns, and that, so they would have to be removed and taken out as well in order to get a flat floor happening. And so there is quite a bit of demolition under those seats that would be required.
If you wanted a flat floor completely.
Correct.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. I wasn't aware that was necessarily being proposed for the entire area.
Dave, are there many to go here? Because I want to keep it rolling.
Yep. I'm keen to keep founders rolling as well, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think that's, I'm just looking at all my questions.
Cool.
No,
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
All right, moving to Māngai Ollie.
Thanks, Chair. Mark. Sean, just regards to that 2017 engineering report, and maybe Councillor O'Leary can answer this question. What was the cost to bring that up to a safe standard in 2017, and what would be the 2022 equivalent? What's the hard figure to bring it up to a safe standard?
I think my recollection, just the seismic strength alone was around 12 million.
And that's in 2017?
Correct. What it would be in today's world, I do not know. But once again, I will stress, to be fair, that was to repurpose it as a theatre as it was designed.
So just to make a decision, that figure to me is quite crucial, is what would be the figure to bring the building up to a safe standard so it could be used for a theatre or for community space. There must be a figure of money to bring it up to a safe standard for use. Must be.
Yes, well, we have not calculated that, but the Toti, I'm just having a look at the Toti proposal. See, the Toti proposal doesn't speak specifically to seismic. It got, so.
No, I don't think it does, and it's just a general question.
It's a fair question.
There has to be a figure here that we're making a decision on. 13.6
million, and the remainder up to 20 million was to bring it up to today's entertainment standard. And
so that's talking about the fly house and all the theatrical side of the house. So 13 million in 2017. So ostensibly the cost has probably increased since then to bring the building up to a safe standard, plus the cost to bring it up if you were to use it as a theatre. Okay. So Jackie raised a question about space to host workshops of up to 150 people. I would assume, Sean, that other facilities like the Media on Clarence Street and the university theatre spaces that can be used as an alternative for community spaces to house up to 150
Absolutely,
people?
if they're available.
Okay. Did Founders get a Heritage New Zealand rating?
No.
And if council decided on, I was going to ask a question about option B. If council decided on option B, what would be the capex and opex cost to council on an ongoing basis? But I think, given my first question, that's probably a bit of an unknown in terms of the capex.
Look, our current holding cost is around $140,000, and that is really just to keep it watertight, safe, and secure, and a few other peripherals.
Per annum.
Per annum is what we roughly. Okay, speaking. We're actually in the process, we are reducing it. It might be somewhat less than that this year, but that's what the holding cost is without any capital works or anything like that.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Ollie. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions, and I'll run through them quite quickly. First of all, just remind us of the total cost and time taken to consult on Founders and or the surrounding area. Because I feel like a little bit of Groundhog Day, but anyway, in terms of... So we consulted.
you-
We
yes,
consulted
we've-
before my time.
Yeah.
I mean, I found Angela's background really helpful.
Yeah.
So we consulted back then. We consulted when Mayor Andrew was here. We've consulted again. We did the Western Belt. We've gone into this process. We've got some more information back. So in terms of total number of time spent and money spent on having a conversation about the founders.
Well, look, in terms of the hard dollars spent, I'll pluck a figure out of the air and say around 60 or 70,000 in consulting with community interests and so forth, because that has cost a bit, and obviously the part of the West Town Belt action that happened. In terms of consultants to do business cases to save founders, which is what we originally had, consultants on earthquake strengthening, health and safety, everything else, you're probably talking a couple $100,000 that we spent all up. We've had, since 2016, the 140-odd thousand in holding costs. But I will say the bigger cost has probably been in the amount of staff time taken up while we debate the issue.
Okay, thank you. In terms of that more recent feedback, that substantive piece of work we did on the West Town Belt that incorporated, and that was an idea that actually Councillor O'Leary generated, and it's not just think about one little bit of the town belt, let's think about the town belt, right? The West Town Belt. Good work, it was excellent work, as I recall. What was the predominant feeling for that space at that time from the public?
The predominant feedback from those who came back in was to go for removal of the Founders Building and to turn it into a themed green space area.
Including some outdoor performance.
Yeah, it's, just things to show an association with the founders.
Store a bit of equipment and so on.
Yeah.
Okay. Just in terms of we all know what happened when Momentum came into the room that day with a proposition for the Waikato Regional Theatre. In terms of and that's now become the new reality of the major theatre. In terms of breach of contract, I'm not sure if any such exists, but if we were to allow a development that included performing arts and potentially had, as the letters to us most recently have suggested, and last year when the West Town Belt one was, that it may have a detrimental impact on the business case of the Waikato Regional Theatre, and we have heard speakers today reject that notion, so I'm not trying to be leading, I'm being open here. In terms of that, would we be in any breach of contract with the theatre or no?
In a legal sense, I don't think we would be at all if we did anything. Can I add to that though? When we were looking at options to reinstate Founders Theatre, we got to a certain price level where it was getting very scary. It was getting up to around 25 million and more. And that's when, a wee while after that, the city was having to say to itself, well, can we do this? Do we forego having this theatre? When Momentum came along and council made a decision to support the Momentum program, it was very clearly on the basis that if we were going to try and reinstate Founders Theatre in its original form, with a bit of enhancement, this is what it's going to cost us. However, if we spent the same amount of money and a contribution with Momentum, we would get this.
So potentially, even if not legally, there could be a loss of faith. And
we accepted their proposal, and it was certainly on the basis that we'd support it. But I guess what I'm trying to say is the money that we were looking to put into Founders to reinstate it, it was decided that it was probably better spent to be a part contributor to Momentum's overall project.
Thank you. And so we have a proposal, potentially, I'm a little bit confused, but some people talking about it being used for some performing arts and some saying just community space. I don't think I'm absolutely clear yet on what is proposed. But anyway, that aside, the creative community, they've recently set up a combined, they're going to develop a combined community theatres trust, or they're working on a model to that effect, so that the Clarence, the Riverlea, the Meteor could run as one together and be more effective and efficient at delivering community need. That's the work underway, isn't it? Anybody know? No, that's not correct. It's not correct. Hasn't been done at all. So you've never been approached about it. Because Rachel Baum talked to me about it and had a slightly different view. So anyway, let's clear that up later.
Let's try and keep it around the table.
I can answer the question from what I know. Is my understanding is that a number of the groups are talking together.
I thought they were.
It's about a
strategy, not as entities.
Okay, so combining to better use all. Sorry.
So Momentum, for example, are working with some of the performing arts groups to see how they can sort of combine and also look at not just performance itself, but also look at skills, training, and that. For support people for theatres.
The structure wrong.
Yeah, I'm just going to raise a point here, and while I appreciate the input, I can see that it's very passionate. Been watching Margaret like a hawk, and she's been very disciplined and not bursting out as well. So please don't encourage people from the stand.
I was just trying.
Okay.
Thank you. Didn't want to say something incorrect.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, but it's true that conversations have been occurring that are productive between the two theatres. Okay, that's cool. In terms of this one, we haven't seen any evidence, this proposal, we haven't seen any evidence of secure seed funding at this point in time, have we? Or did I miss that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Promises of funding, some warm support, some indications, but no seed funding at this point in time. Cote Pacifica, however, did have some seed funding, right? Okay. Did Cote Pacifica have some level of...
You're just waiting for Sean's answer.
Yes, he was nodding. All right.
Oh, sorry, because Sean says yes.
You're very good at debating yourself.
Enough. Move on. Thank you.
Anyway, last couple of quick questions.
Don't make me come down there.
In terms of securing high-level art exhibitions, should this occur at Founders if it was repurposed, would this have any impact on the Waikato Museum, which is also, of course, an arts museum, and in my opinion should have that in its title, to be quite honest, which we've talked about before, Angela?
Sorry, can we get to the question, please?
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
it.
Paula.
The question was, if you secure high-level art exhibitions for the new Founders, would it have any impact on the Waikato Museum? Because that's an arts museum.
I think that you'd have to understand what the proposal was. So, we'd obviously look at working together around how that would be best achieved.
Okay. And if the last joint question, if the life of if the Founders was to be revamped into a purpose, what would the overall life of a building like that be expected to be? Are we looking at 50, 100 years, or are we, because it was coming to the very end of its life anyway, in some respects needed significant renewal?
The rule of thumb that we found when we did the theatres review, which was ahead of the concerns we discussed over Founders, was that the theatres generally had around a 50-year life, unless they went through a major refurbishment and a full rekit. So,
okay, I'm not an expert, but that does answer my question. Last one is, if this was to, given the feedback we've received about community space, if this were to proceed on a community space basis, would we be able to work with TOTI in terms of conditions excluding performance arts in any way, or even exhibition space, but it became more of that sort of, like you say, space for groups to do what they do? Would we do that?
Look, there would be an agreement entered into, and it's a matter of having the discussion with TOTI about what the terms of that agreement are. So we'd have to discuss that with them, and it may work. It may work for them. It may not. I'm not sure.
Okay. And certainly, given conversations around other buildings, we'd want to have those conversations with TOTI to look around what the need was for all of those buildings and what this worked.
And that's coming up in the next item too, about community space in general, isn't it?
Yes, around community. It doesn't include the Founders.
Thanks. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Right, we have Mangai Tupora.
Mark. I did pop out for a wee bit there, so some of my questions, particularly around the seismic strengthening and cost, have been answered. Then just let me know and I'll figure that one out. So on that, so 15 to 25% is the minimum of the new build standard that we need to be able to reach?
That was the range of the seismic strength levels that was discovered by the engineers that did the investigation.
And the ballpark is 30%?
33%.
33%.
Yeah.
33%. Have we... We've done the engineering report, there's the health and safety report. Have we circled back around at any point since 2017-16 to see how far along we are from that? Have we moved from the 1525? Has it gone up or down for the seismic stuff? Or
We have not done anything, but I can tell you that the soil grading that engineers use in and around Hamilton has changed to a point which would suggest it could potentially be more detrimental because of discoveries that they've had. So there was an experience we found with the well network stand at FMG Stadium.
Okay. So the 13 million back in 2017, that was for health and safety to be used as a theatre, but not, stop at the theatre.
It was just under 14 million, and that was really the cost to get the seismic strength of the building up to a certain standard that would be acceptable. The rest of the money that was required was really for the health and safety elements, to do with fire retardant and everything else.
How long would it take for us to, because it's 5 years ago now, and then there's the soil, like what you've been talking about. How long would it take us to commission an update to the original engineering report?
Well, look, based on some past experience, we talk about 2 or 3 month waiting lists to get an engineer's time, and probably another 2 or 3 months after that. So it could take around 6 months. I would have to say I'm not sure to what end that sort of report would be done from our perspective.
Sorry, Sean, you're not sure?
I'm not sure from what end to what end we would do that report.
Because the building, if we go along with the proposal, the building will need to be safe. It doesn't. I think the starting point is the seismic rating of it needs to match that 33%, if not higher. So if there has been changes in that time, then we would need to understand that in a 2022.
Yes, but bearing in mind that under the TOTI proposal, they would be responsible for establishing that and working out their plans for what they want to do to retrofit the buildings. So it's no different to the case when we did the gifting for the Media Theatre and the Clarence Street Theatre. We knowingly, and they knowingly, received buildings that had maintenance deficiencies, and where they would be taking on a liability for repairs and maintenance, a little bit of seismic in one instance, but that was an obligation that they took on themselves.
I'm just trying to compare between the two, but is that a... it doesn't seem like sense to me. I'll come back to that one. I will leave that there for now. So the fit out, I see in the proposal there's 1 million for interior. That doesn't go into the seismic strengthening though, that's just to...
Well, yeah, once again, it's understanding how that reads in.
Okay.
So I don't have, apart from the proposal that you have, we have no other information in terms of the numbers.
Yeah. So this morning they talked, the submitters talked about there's lack of space in the central city, and I know we've had some questions about that, but in terms of having a stock take of venues we do have in capacity, has that information been passed on to perhaps those in the community that were looking for space?
I'm not sure, what has been passed on to TOTI from our end, but I know that TOTI's been in conversations with community groups as per their proposal.
Perfect. There was also talk this morning about a reminder about the West Town Bar, 86% agreed with the green space, but there was a comment there around green space would encourage homelessness. Have we Do we believe that would be the case? As in council?
I don't think I encourage homelessness per se. I mean, yes, but I hear what you're saying. I think that's around activation of the space. So, the West Town Belt Master Plan provides us with a lot of opportunities to activate the space, talking about putting in outdoor performance areas. We also have got some funding for playgrounds in the central city somewhere that hasn't been allocated to a specific space, but that could certainly be considered. So it's really about how well designed the space is as to how it's used.
Okay. And then in terms of the funding sources, there's things on the funding sources such as revenue, we've got 150k that would come out of cafes or a cafe on there. And as we've just seen, we've gone through this whole period where our central businesses haven't been able to do that well because of COVID. Is that a risk, and would you say that those sorts of risks are mitigated inside the business case?
Look, I'll answer that. No. I mean, the risk you mentioned is a risk that all businesses have, and this proposal, like any other proposal, just like Clarence Street or the Media Theatre, that's a risk that you live with and work through.
I might leave my questions there.
Thank you. Just regards the order of questions, now, Councillor Ryan, I'm aware you've got to get to a tangi at 1. With the leave of Kesh and Maxine, would you mind if I put Ryan's questions ahead of yours? You okay with that? Just in case. Yep. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Chair. Look, just, I guess a question for probably Deputy CE or CE. This meeting is really hinged on this business case that we've delayed to receive. Sean or Lance, is it at a level that you think we can hang a circa $10–15 million proposal on?
My view, no.
What would have strengthened the business case, in your view?
I think, my concerns, in my view, were that it was a business case that was trying to be all things to all people in terms of a reuse of the building, and I wasn't quite sure how, to be honest, simplistically, how everyone's going to fit and cohabitate. In terms of the numbers, they just all look incredibly light compared to numbers I would have seen for other business cases or other operations. And I have a background in running visitor attractions and a lot of commercial operations, so they just seem very light, and I accept volunteerism and everything else like that. So, and I guess the issue of funding, once again, the funding just wasn't clear, other than conversations with people, and so there just wasn't what was here. If I could say, we went to the community for submissions on their thought on, to invite interested parties back in December 2017 to come to us with their proposal for how they could reuse or repurpose Founders Theatre. Toti came to us with their first proposal, just looking at the paper, in November 2020, and it's been pursued since that point in time. So it just, I just feel there's just not enough certainty here to say that we're going anywhere. And that's my professional, personal view.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kesh.
All my questions about the actual building have been answered. So I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about the community use in particular. We heard from many of the submitters that their primary concern was community space for, their groups and rehearsal space or gathering space. So, Helen, I know that the community team are doing a whole lot of work in terms of facility spaces fit for purpose, like you were talking about. Have the team had conversations with the submitters that we heard from today, or is there still an opportunity to explore that further?
some of the submitters that were there today. We have had the conversations with, not all of them that I'm aware of. Certainly we're aware of some of the issues with Norris Ward and the constraints around space. And then we've talked to other community groups or people looking for space that weren't here today as well. So we do know there is a need for either more space or reconfiguration of existing space.
Yeah, and I understand previous conversations, for example, with Clarence Street, you know, with trying to facilitate more community use and things. So what I'm just trying to work out is, do we have that capacity within our theatre / venue space to accommodate, you know, people like Jackie who talked about 100 people plus in a group? Do we have that capacity to have those conversations to facilitate?
Yeah, I think there's a few things kind of, because there's the theatre space and there's community space, and sometimes those are coexisting spaces and sometimes they're not.
Yeah.
I think we heard before there's a separate conversation happening amongst the theatres around and the arts groups around how they get really good use out of its existing space. That's some of the work that our team have been doing as well, talking to community groups. We are finding that they are having conversations together and trying to find ways to better utilise the space and work together to achieve that. So that work is happening and it's ongoing. I think it doesn't take away the fact that as the city grows and, you know, we're continually hearing from groups that we need space. There's certainly, in our view, that we can get better utilisation out of what we've got, but that we also do need to do some things differently. And that's in the next paper, that's the investigation.
Exactly where I was
explore.
trying to head. The other point they raised was affordability for community groups, and that the new regional theatre might not be as affordable. But then we've also heard that the new theatre are offering or will offer, you know, lower rates for community use and things. So in your opinion, is that adequate?
The Waikato Regional Theatre, its whole funding case is predicated on community theatre use and availability. So it has to be on a sort of like a 60-40 model in terms of you know, having community users, and they want that. They want to be 7 days a week. They want to be fully operable as much as they can. They will have a special community rate. That hasn't been published yet. No one knows what it is. I think a lot of people are concerned that it'll be too high. When we operated Founders Theatre, we had a community rate that was set by council that we operated, and that was not cheap enough for people then. There was, you know, so we had what I think was a very reasonable rate, but in actual fact, for a lot of the community users, it's not enough. And especially for some of the sort of time frames they want when it comes to rehearsal and setup and so forth. So it is a challenge, and I think people are nervous as to whether or not the new theatre will actually be cheap enough for what they need.
Okay. And last question is just around, because we've heard from the new theatre, that if the founder site was to be more of a town hall type setting, then it would be in direct competition with what they're trying to achieve in terms of, you know, graduations and all of that. But if it was a creativity hub, which is what we heard from this proposal, that it won't be in competition. So, I mean, I guess I'm just wanting clarity as to what the proposal is actually for. Is it a town hall or is it a creativity artsy hub?
Well, I think that speaks to my earlier comment about my concern that it was all things to all people. But I would reiterate that Waikato Regional Theatre is specifically mandated and specifically funded to provide community performance opportunity and access for community users. And it will also do kapahaka. It will also do town hall type meetings. It'll do graduations if people want to do a graduation there. It'll do citizenship ceremonies if required, and that is quite specific that they have to fulfil that function. That was absolute foundational in their in their obligation to both ourselves, regional council and central government funding that they receive, and no doubt all the private funders of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kish. Councillor Maxine, thank you for waiting.
Hopefully we're coming to the end of the questions list, and mine will just augment some of the other questions that have preceded mine. And picking up where Councillor Kesh has left off with regard to the need in the community groups, Helen, is it your understanding that we're currently making the very best use of spaces across our city? And I'm thinking also in partnership with other community assets that are publicly owned around our city in terms of our schools, other halls, etc.
There's a couple of parts to that question. I think the comment that I made earlier about some of our buildings being retrofitted and so not always being entirely fit for purpose has led to some issues around use. We're doing quite a bit of work at the moment, assessing our buildings, and we will be bringing further information up to council over the coming months around that. In terms of partnership, I mean, schools do make their halls and rooms available for bookings. Often the areas are where people need a permanent space or storage, or we heard from Grant again this morning around having equipment. That's generally where it becomes problematic, I think, when people need it more than a one-off night booking or a regular booking one night a week. So it's more around that kind of ongoing use and storage, and so it depends what the purpose is. So I haven't really got anything much more to add to what I've already said. I think we can get some better use out of our existing spaces, but we also need to think about how we do things differently going forward.
Do we also have adequate and accessible systems for booking spaces as well?
Yes, I mean, we've got people internally that help with bookings. No, we think there's a little bit of work to do in that area to make it easier, and also for referring. So that is something that we're currently looking at as part of that community facility use.
Thank you. And I guess, Sean, to you mentioned a word earlier that always gives me the chills, and that's asbestos. And I guess there would be other hazards hidden inside walls, under floors, etc., in the theatre in its rest of its building. How adequate do you think the provision in, and I'm thinking on page 47 under contingencies, whilst there is in the TOTI budget a 10% contingency for, I guess, that kind of thing, how adequate do you think that is in terms of being able to remediate some of those other risks that might be uncovered, mould or bad wiring or whatever else might be hidden there?
Well, the wiring will need replacing just about everywhere throughout. But look, I don't think it's sufficient enough at all, which comes back to my umbrella statement that I just don't think it's sufficient enough right across the board. Don't be too concerned about the asbestos. It's been investigated. We have if the building is demolished, we have a proper management plan, or the deconstruction firm will have a proper management plan for handling it. While it's untouched, it's fine.
Although if you were doing a renovation or a demolition,
Correct.
You would have to incur costs, and that they are, those costs are quite high in terms of the protection that's needed, the disposal of the waste, etc.
Correct.
And you would expect that there would be quite a large bill to...
Yeah, not too big, but probably not enough to cover as covered in the budgets.
Okay, thank you for that. And then in terms of the earthquake standards, you talked about the soil grading in Hamilton. Are we aware of any other changes that may have happened around there, becoming more stringent or, you know?
Yeah, look, if we had Chris Allen here, he could give you all the detail on that and the science, but we do come across it as we do things from time to time. So that's just something that I happen to be aware of because of some action with another project that was taking place.
And then on the other side of the ledger, are we aware of any reduction in the cost of remedies associated with
yes, well, I think
modern methods?
Yeah, no, absolutely. But once again, it also comes back to what are you going to do when you do the remedy? Is it going to be what you're just going to repeat what was already there, or are you going to do something different, which may well lead to the reduction, as suggested by the architect who spoke earlier today.
Kia ora, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Maxine. Thank you, Sean. Okay, we're going into round 2 of questions. I will advise that there is a motion that has been put and an amendment, which we will speak to after these next round of questions. I will ask again for tightness in our questioning, appreciating that we're going around to round 2, and we want to make good decisions. So, Councillor Ewan.
Yes. Councillor Mark, look, I just had a quick look at my notes that I wrote up when we last discussed this matter, Sean, and I asked you a series of questions regarding the seismic state of a number of council buildings. And I noted that you were going to come back to me regarding that, including the grandstand at Claudelands. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes, I do. My understanding was being picked up by another Department of Council who does that.
Right.
Who does that work.
On that basis, are you the most appropriate person to be answering the question on seismic issues?
Not really, no.
And do we have an asset manager within the organisation who would be much more au fait with the current status of our seismic issues on all council buildings?
Yes.
And is that person here today?
No.
Why is not the case?
Oh, sorry.
We've got Anita here.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
Anita, could you come up to the microphone, please? Thank you.
I'm probably not going to have to answer what, but I'm more than happy to talk to it.
Yeah, tuck up to Mayor Paula.
Okay. I haven't got it in front of me, but I have got a full seismic report for all of the buildings throughout Hamilton.
Wonderful. Can you recall some details, for example, on the grandstand at Claudelands?
So is that the well stand?
No, that's...
Obviously, I'm new to council. No, but I can get you that information. I can send out the report if that would be useful.
Great.
But I'm sorry.
I wonder, Mr. Chair, in light of the fact that I raised this last time in the exact same setting on the exact same issues of crucial importance, and here I am literally months later being asked as a governor to make critical decisions, I'm entitled to that information, and I wonder if over lunch staff can provide a quick summary specifically on Founders, specifically on the grandstand and any other council building that is less than 25%.
Can you do that over lunch?
I can.
Thank you. My last question is, does staff, or are staff aware of the current seismic standard of Clarence Street Theatre, Rivoli or Meteor?
That was a question.
No.
Anita?
I do not believe they're on the report I've got, but I can talk to building control and find that out.
Yeah, they'll be probably building control because they're not our properties.
No.
They used to be, and we gifted them. Correct?
We can
and in
find out from
theory,
Corey.
the proposal that's in front of us from Toti today is similar, that we're gifting them that building, so they, in that state, would be no different to Clarence, Meteor or Rivoli. Is that correct? Right. So it would be helpful.
I will do my best over the break.
Thank you.
This is assuming we're going to take a break in the middle of it, but I'm swaying towards that. Yeah. Okay. But, yes. All right. Is that your questions, Ewan? Thank you. And Councillor Sarah.
Thanks, Chair Mark. I'm really interested in, I guess, just the discussion around the repurposing of the building, but for, say, a community hub. And I've asked I guess my question is around what you would get for the cost of repurposing versus a purpose-built facility, and I guess noting the issues that we've had with not having purpose-built facilities in the past. In looking at the cost of a new community centre, say the Lord Turner Library, you've got 9.5 million for a 1,600 square metre building. I was looking at a new Balclutha community hub where it's 3,300 square metres and it's around 22 million. So I'm wondering if there does end up being some time over the break, whether it would be possible just to understand what's being built elsewhere recently and the size, and then to understand what, I guess, just to get a sense of what you could get for a new build for a community hub versus what you might potentially get with retrofitting.
Yeah, we're asking...
Or is that too difficult?
You're probably asking for a lot of information.
Okay.
Like Councillor Ewan's asking for information we have on file.
Yeah.
This is probably asking... well, I'll let you have a crack, but...
I'd agree with that. I think that's, and you're not going to get apples for apples because it entirely depends on the purpose for which you're building. I mean, we can talk about the Rotorua Library, for instance, where we've spent around 10 million, but it serves a specific purpose. It's a library and a community hub. So there's things that you can do, but it really does depend.
Yeah, okay. And what is the square meterage of the current founder's site? Just
I couldn't tell you that offhand. I'd have to find that out.
large. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we will put the motion and the amendments. Oh, sorry, Dave, you had some more questions. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, I just wanted to specifically follow up one point that Ewan touched on that I'd touched on before, and that was FMG Waikato's Well Energy Network stand, because I believe there was actually a detailed seismic assessment, and I can't find reference to the actual level other than a comment from FMG Stadium itself that it was less than 34%, and that it required fixing within 12 years, but not the actual level. So I'm surprised, and I want to test again, that Sean doesn't know what that figure was. That was while he was here and manager of H3 in March 2020.
Yes, look, if I can answer that. Look, I just couldn't recall offhand. I think I did actually say that I thought it was around 25% or something like that, but that
actually said 33.
33. Did I say 33? I can't recall. I'm sorry, I don't remember every single number. If I could just elaborate on that, that work to fix that stand has been completed, so it is now at standard.
I'm just checking our consistency in applying the fixes and otherwise. The other question was to Helen, when she was asked about the potential demolition and when it could happen. I just want to check that she was saying effectively saying the earliest would be 3 months, i.e. sometime mid to late July. Is that right, Helen?
The demolition could occur, as Sean said, that a lot of the preliminary work has been done. What hasn't, what is yet to be done is that planning around the restoration of the site, which we'd do alongside Sean's team.
Yeah, so my actual question that I've just asked, Helen, was that 3 months that you did mention could be the early to mid to late July.
Yeah, 3 to 6 months. Yeah, I didn't want to put too much.
So take in that time period. So about when the nominations for council open and then following right through the election.
Righto, Dave. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Good. You seem to cut out there a little bit. All right. Let me see. No more questions at this point. So there are... No, in fact, all my questions have been answered, so I'm actually not going to ask them again, like everyone else seems to do. All right. So we have we have a motion and we have an amendment up on the up on the board. So we're not going to debate them, obviously, but we're going to explain what they are. Then we will take a lunch break of 45 minutes, and then we will hopefully get that information that you were after there, Ewan, which should hopefully inform your debate and your decision at the end of that. All right, so here the motion moved by myself and Deputy Taylor basically says we recommend that we decline the TOTI offer and proceed to the plan that we had before, but also noting that staff work on preparation for the 2024 long-term plan, costings and well-researched options for a purpose-built facility or facilities. It's not site-specific, to meet the needs for community space in Hamilton. So that's the motion, and the amendment, Councillor O'Leary.
Just to explain, the amendment is integrating the work that we're doing at the moment on stocktake, whatever you want to call it, on community facilities, allows staff to be involved along with stakeholders and TOTI, and to look for an outcome that suits everyone. Also does still seek to gift in 2023 subject to the conditions in the report, and we've also popped down there a report to come back on the 2 fountains.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so they're pretty, anyone not clear on what those motions are intending to do?
I just have a question on the motion.
Yep, sure.
There's a really giant insect flying around that's giving me the heebie-jeebies. I don't know what it is.
Is that your question?
Can someone get it at lunchtime? This is declining the TOTI proposal. So what is it doing with Founders Theatre?
It's proceeding with the demolition.
The demolition, okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, whenever that plan is out. You made your point, Martin. Right, so is everyone clear on those? Well, so with those in mind, on the amendment, sure, yep.
To provide TOTI with the relevant information to inform the business case. I'm not quite sure what that means. We were to have a funded business case before us today, and we do in part have a business case. What additional information are you asking staff to work with them on? How long will that take? Is that all to occur before the 1st of July next year? So effectively you are giving them a year to work with staff. And what additional information are we requiring? Will they have to have secured funding, etc.? Or just not quite clear?
That is specified in the conditions of the report. When you look at the report, it talks about some of the conditions being that funding would need to be secured. It's not like they get a whole 14 months or whatever it is to establish a trust and then start funding. So whatever the conditions in the report are, that meets that requirement.
Okay.
The other parallel exercise, and this is where one is crucial, is that the founder's site, parallel and with TOTI, are being included in the staff investigation into community facility provision, in addition to the Celebrating Age Centre and the buildings at Ward Norris Park as well, all right? So this keeps the founders as a bricks and mortar as an option, all right? So that is a parallel development.
Okay, Martin, you're debating now, so we've got the point. One keeps the founders, one doesn't.
In terms of the original proposition to remove the building and to establish activated space, is the term in the West Town Plan, that included the fountains, didn't it, prior? Like it included some landscaping, amphitheatre, getting the fountains playing again.
Correct.
That was going to happen regardless, that will happen.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so those are there. Rob, yep.
Just a question, just seeking clarification, and it follows on from Mayor Paula. I read part 2, approve staff to provide TOTI with the relevant information, suggesting that there is some outstanding information that staff have not provided TOTI with. Now, I'm not aware of that. I thought perhaps the conversation was the other way round, that we were seeking further information from TOTI. Have I missed a point there?
I think the purpose of that is, as we're doing our investigations with the other buildings, that's all cognizant, that we're not doing a separate investigation, that we're actually working with Tauti to share that information so that they can inform the business case.
Is that the intention, Councillor Ann?
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. Okay.
Yep, yep.
To share, well, perhaps just the wording needs a little bit of a
What
tidy up.
would you like, share, or what would be the better word? Rob?
Request staff provide Tauti with
Work with.
relevant information to inform. To me, the way it's worded suggests that we have been short on giving Tauti information, which I don't think is the case.
It could say arising from wider investigations.
That is done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Just how about then approve staff to share relevant information?
To share.
Relevant information with Tauti to inform their business case.
Yeah, relevant.
Okay.
Okay.
Chair, I just intend to foreshadow further amendment.
Yep.
Which will be similar to the amendment, but will have will remove the point 3 and require Tauti to have raised $2 million in funding before the end of September this year.
And you're going
to
second
apply some commercial pressure to their proposal.
Do you have a seconder at this point? You are?
Okay.
Yes. All right. That's seconded. That's the foreshadowed amendment. Should they fall over? Okay. All right. Well, I think we've pushed that about as far as we can for the moment. We now have something to eat at lunchtime. Staff, are you sure you can find that information for Councillor Ewan and get a break yourself? Yep. Yep.
Anita?
Thank you, Anita. All right, so it is. We'll come back at 2 o'clock. Now, bear in mind, we have a lot to do yet. Okay, so yeah, get comfortable. No, nothing's happening tomorrow. Okay, so please be back here.
supposed to turn up with cream cakes. Pretty piss poor, actually. Blame COVID for you not getting to the cake shop. When the dead come out there without doing it. So when the dead come out after we promised that.
in that one, Alex? Yeah. No, one day. Move it around.
You guys having a cuppa? What do you have here? That's tea with milk, powder. No sugars. Sorry. Oh, thank you.
there any more of those copy things?
Here in the front of the
One stage, Tomorrow should have all of that up. Is this what he wants? No, yeah, don't forget to ring Terry. Two PM. Oh, I better ring this guy, Ray Pooley. Rick Pooley.
Frame will be pretty much finished tomorrow.
Hear me from. Dave, you're there. You're here till 2:30, and are you coming back after that, mate?
No, so I might be able to go to 2:45.
Okay. No, I'm just sort of more thinking do we go to the evening, sort of for guys here, do they go home and Zoom after dinner?
I could, after about 6, I could probably be back.
Okay. Well, why don't I just stay in touch with you by text as to where we're up to?
Yeah, that'd be good, thanks.
Okay, no problem at all. Okay, that's cool. do that first. Yep, Ewan? We'll go to your questions around the report first. We'll do it. Oh, good. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We actually have a quorum. So with Dave here, so we are now back in session. Thank you. Welcome back. Anita, thank you for the work you did over lunchtime, finding that information. Very good. Now, just a quick update too regards the rest of the day. We're gonna caucus this at an afternoon tea break about 3:30 as to what we do. The options I'd like you to consider at this point, because this it will be a little bit ambitious to say we're going to finish this by 5. Looking at some of the weight we're putting on some of these things, so the option could be we work into the night here. Or we can actually zip home in the dinner break, which would get us a bit more comfortable, and do the evening by Zoom, totally by Zoom. I've checked it with staff and that can be done. So I'd just like you to put that in the back of your heads before we make a decision offline during the afternoon tea break. All right. So welcome back. All right. So back in session. Now, Anita, thank you very much for going up and burning a hole in the photocopier. And Ewan had some questions. Ewan, can you just restate your information that you're after, please, to put it in context?
Sure, happy to. I just wanted confirmation of any council facility that had less than 25% and seismic strengthen, and whether we had any information on Clarence Street, Riverlea or Meteor.
Come on up next to Mayor Paula, yep.
Just scanned my documents, so you may have it in your inbox now. Clarence Street, Riverlea and Meteor were all 33% seismic. Meteor is now 67. I've done work on that. The other question you asked, Councillor Wilson, was around the well stand. Before the upgrade, it was 20%, and now it's 34%. Founders Theatre is fully depreciated on the books.
And I guess the only other question was any council facility anywhere under 25%.
So on this one we have got the Arts Post, and it's in the LTP for to do that work in 2028 and 29.
And what is that?
And that's at 20%.
Yep.
The well stand was, but obviously that's now gone to 34. The 260 Victoria Street, which is tenanted shops down this way, that's at 14%.
And we're currently renting that.
It's rented. As per the sale and purchase agreement, council must either develop the properties by September 28 or give the vendor the first right of refusal if council's to sell. Also, the Yendall Park Skills Centre, but that building's closed at the moment. That's around 15%. That's at the pool that's closed, the municipal pool. That's at 10 as well. On the sheet that you will hopefully, I think, is that how it works? Has it gone into the inbox?
Yeah, we've got it.
Okay. Our seismic program is on the far right, which shows where in the LTP that work's budgeted for.
Cool. So that's it. Every other council facility is above the 25?
Yeah.
We haven't got the full page.
Oh, it didn't go right?
Yeah, we've just got across to the fifth
killed
column.
some trees. Would you like the...
No, look, I'm happy with your explanation.
Yeah.
Apologies, Amy is just scanning that in for us now. It'll just be a moment.
Yeah. But at the top end, you've got an assurance, and we'll get details shortly. Anita, thank you. Ewan, happy with that? Great.
Yep, thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you, staff. It's a really good effort. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, an amendment and a foreshadowed amendment. We've all had our lunch and our whisperings and our plottings and hatchings, so we'll look forward to seeing how this goes. Okay, so I have moved the motion, which should be up on the board shortly. We'll put the foreshadowed one
all
up.
three together.
I'll be within a second. Yeah, okay. We will put them all three up, but we're only going to do one debate over the whole thing. Okay? So we'll put all three up on the board for you to see.
So basically, if the amendment hypothetically fails,
we go to the
it would
foreshadowed
go to
amendment,
the foreshadowed amendment,
which becomes the amendment. Yep.
Which becomes the amendment.
Yep.
Right.
And if that passes, it becomes you know how it works.
Okay.
Which is the amendment plus the money.
Yeah, that's essentially the difference. Yeah.
Can we just have a really good look at the foreshadowed, if we could?
Yeah, just scroll up. There it is. There.
It's exactly the same as yours, but with the requirement of $2 million by the 26th of September this year, that Toti has to have had committed funding from philanthropic or whoever they source their funds from.
Can I ask a question of you, Ewan? So when you say promised funding, is it good enough to say, yes, we've got the money, but we can't tell you who it is? I mean, what do you mean by
we need some sort of a letter of commitment from a philanthropic or an organisation saying we're in for a quantum of X, and I'd just like that to be $2 million.
I see. Thank you. Okay. Everybody read up? Yep. All right. Well, look, I'll start debate, and then we'll move to the amendment mover person, Angela, next. Right, and then we'll open up debate on that. But we are, to be clear, debating all three options.
Sure.
Okay? All right.
Can we see your one, please?
Absolutely. Yep. That's right. Yeah, I don't think we need to have two debates on this. We've spent a bit of time on it. Okay. So, if I may begin debate, look, it's time to make the decision, and none of us are enjoying this. In fact, it's past time to make this decision. Founders has been a wonderful servant to the city. We have all loved it. We have sat through some great performances and some of our children's performances as well. And it is time, I believe, to bid it farewell. In this case, the future ain't what it used to be. Now, as chair of Community Committee, one of my greatest frustrations has been that the community groups are squished into not-for-purpose buildings. The community groups have been squished into not-for-purpose buildings. They do their level best to maintain them, they look after them as best they can, but we end up retrofitting, fixing and relocating people, and we're doing it again. Puketi Neighbourhood House is in a sports centre, and they have to use scissor lifts at their cost to change light bulbs. Te Papanui Endley Community Centre are in a squash courts rugby club, and the Hamilton Multicultural Centre is in the Marist Rugby Club rooms. Don't get me wrong, they're very grateful for these facilities, and we're glad that they've worked in with us. And the great community rate we allow, but each and every one of them is facing phenomenal costs to get these buildings up to speed to meet their needs. $10 million is a massive amount for a community group to raise, especially in an environment where they'll be competing with council, competing with Momentum, and competing with everybody else who's been trying to build something. And then comes maintenance. Ask the Meteor. Now, the Meteor, we often tout as an exemplar, and I agree. They're fantastically run, but they don't come without constant costs, and they're relevant costs. We've just helped, underwritten their refurbishment of their toilets. It goes on. Clarence Street. Ask the neighbourhood houses. I love the intent of what's being proposed. I'm grateful to Toti, and if anyone could have pulled it off, in my mind, it would have been them. We're lucky to have this group, and I acknowledge the passion for this old building, but it's a theatre with rooms attached. And that, with a lot of money, could fit some community groups into it. But it's still a theatre to my mind. It's been a loyal theatre. It served us well, but it's time to say thanks for your service and move on. We need green space, parks and play facilities right there. We need a fit-for-purpose community facility so we don't keep burdening future councils with this cycle of fixing up a not-for-purpose building, giving it what I believe, giving into what I believe we make this, sorry, I beg your pardon. I believe we made this decision when we decided to support the Waikato Community Centre or Theatre in its current space. And that wasn't made on a whim. If you remember rightly, they investigated 25 sites, including retaining the current option, and we supported it, eventually. When you go somewhere else, you're not in that place you used to be. I love that building too, but our community deserves a fit-for-purpose, well-researched, tailor-made facility. I say, let's do the research now for the next 10-year plan, ask the community groups what they actually need, and come up with something really special with them in mind. What's most important? Is it the building, or is it he tangata, he tangata, he tangata? Let's put the community first this time. Thank you. To the amender, Councillor Angela.
That whilst there are concerns that TOTI haven't come to us with this proposal with funding, as we quite rightly know, recently with the Magical Bridge Trust, they need some security, they need some agreement from or promise from council before funders are likely to commit. Look, everyone here today, and including in the public forum, agrees there's a desperate need for community groups, for space for community groups. And with a growing city, that's just going to, that pressure is just going to build. So why on earth we would send in a wrecking ball to a pretty much okay building, and might I say the overall seismic rating of Founders was 56%. Nothing's changed since then. Earthquake Prone Building Act hasn't changed since then. Yes, there are elements that are lower than that, but the overall building was 56%. The legal there was no legal requirement for us to to close the building, but politics enters and we did, as well as the insurers, and that wasn't a decision that I was going to support either, having no insurance for a public space. The Chair just said something about we should stop fixing up not-for-purpose buildings. But this is the problem we have today. We don't fix up our buildings. Look at the Muni pools. Look at the Celebrating Age Centre that we're going to be discussing today, and I certainly hope we actually make a decision today. This is the problem of decades. Council and local government in general doesn't fix up their buildings and doesn't look after what we've got. The reason we closed Founders fundamentally was because the government changed the goalposts. And they do that quite frequently with us, and this was a previous government, because of what happened in Christchurch, rightly or wrongly, but that was the only real reason we ended up down this path. There was money back then for the LTP, and I know the Mayor of the day and myself put forward money for the renewal of Founders, but the goalposts changed on us. Look, let's look after a building and give it a chance to be successful again. This building won an award of merit, and you might not like it, you might think it's ugly, but it won an award of merit for design for its time in 1964. One of the reports we got back in 2016 was from a heritage expert who said, and it was his recommendation to this council, that it is worthy of a plan ranking B in your district plan. But we didn't do that. We didn't fix it. We didn't look after it. It is a building, just like he said, that is worthy. So let's rejuvenate it. Let's give TOTI and staff some time. Let's be aspirational. Let's be innovative. And let's not send in the wrecking ball.
Nice timing. Thank you. Right. Councillor Dave.
Thanks, Bunty. Councillor Bunty, when you said during your speech that it was time to say thanks for your service, and it's time to move on, I thought you were talking about a couple of councillors there. In case it doesn't escape the attention of all councillors, including yourself, buildings don't have to be demolished, removed, no longer used after only 60 years. One would hope that you have some built heritage in a city as well as people heritage. Unfortunately, one of the things Hamilton has been known for in the relatively recent past is getting rid of everything that's more than 50 or 60 years old. In this case, I don't think that's necessary. I do not want to see, as Angela has put it, a wrecking ball come into play on the Founders Theatre after all the service that it's given us, because it could be repurposed relatively easily. It's known what's needed to do that, and it's in a good place for that, I might add. That area of park is not actually currently designated for green space, it's designated for community facilities. So let's keep it as a community facility. Now, I support strongly the regional theatre. I would not want to see anything stand in its way for being successful. But I think it's clear from the answers we've had in today, after some of the submissions, that the Founders Theatre being repurposed as a community facility in the way that's been talked about by Toti or something similar is actually repurposing that's going to not stand in the way of the regional theatre. So I can't quite understand why they've been organising the opposition to this that they have. One of the things that was mentioned this morning by, I believe the Clarence Street Theatre and a couple of others, was that repurposing the Founders and having community groups in there would be a threat to the funding potential for those theatres. Well, I'm sorry, but that's not the case. It's a different purpose. It's not going to be a theatre in the same way that they are theatres. I don't believe it's going to stand in the way at all. But even if it was going to be in the same field, I think one of the worst arguments, and this is something I've said in many debates on community, both here and outside in my own work in the community area, is that you should not be opposing someone else going out and fundraising just because you think that that's going to draw from the same pool of funding that you might otherwise be there. That sort of response actually says, let's not let anyone new into the market. Let's keep all the available money and resources to ourselves. That's not a good way to look at it. And I say to those theatres, discard that idea. If you really believe there's not enough theatre space or community space, or combination space in Hamilton, which all of you say you agree with, then support more going on in this area.
Time, Dave.
Now, I'm just about finished. I support Angela's amendment. I believe this gives us the potential to have more community space, more activation space than we have currently got, and in a way that can be affordable to the community. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. Deputy Mayor.
I'll be supporting the motion. And look, respectfully, when this council made the decision to proceed with the regional theatre by the river, this decision was really made then, I believe. That was the day we put our eggs in that basket, a theatre by the river, and a new theatre where we would only have to contribute a third of the cost. Another organisation fundraised 2/3 of it. How often does an opportunity like that come up? Huge investment, an investment that the trust running the theatre is concerned could possibly be jeopardised by plans being suggested for the Founders. So we chose the river venue for the theatre, knowing it was part of opening up the river, that cultural precinct along the river, VOTR, the museum, the theatre, the jetty, the regional theatre, as I said, the pedestrian cycle bridge, etc. And with links to Claudines, with links to Hamilton East, better foot traffic, cycling, and links to our West Town belt. That's what we want. 84 of our submitters, when we went out, supported the Founders site becoming the green space. So there's been a lot said about the Founders, and I get the sentiment, I feel the same way. But the reality is, as a theatre, we don't need it. We've got a $68 million event centre. We've got a $73 million regional theatre. We've got the Meteor, we've got the Rivoli, we've got Clarence Street. Lack of community spaces, we're in agreement that there's a lack of community space. But I don't think Founders is the answer. I think it's something that's been grabbed onto as a convenient thing. As Bunty said, we're already using other buildings for community space that weren't intended for that. We don't need another Heath Robinson. We need purpose-built community space. Despite a number of deadlines for this project, Toti hasn't produced the information that we needed. I don't support another year's wait, and I don't support the foreshadowed amendment because at the same time Toti would be seeking its $2 million, the trust building the theatre would also be seeking money, so we'd be competing with it. We're in the middle of a cost of living crisis, inflation 6.9%, mortgage rates are rising. Are we really saying that in such a time when people are under this duress, when the council's books are going backwards, that we're prepared to potentially spend millions of dollars on a pipe dream? Essentially a blank cheque, because we are making a non-decision today based on promises. That's terrible governance. I suggest the community wouldn't want this approach, wouldn't accept it for anything else we do. Making a decision, or more accurately, putting off a decision today, opening up the likelihood of millions of dollars of ratepayers' money on the never never is a type of action that will haunt this council and haunt the city for decades. This council is going round and round in circles, just about finished. This council has to start making some decisions. Good on you for trying to make this an election issue, but I don't think it is. And I don't think the community wants us to succumb to more emotional blackmail. They want us to move forward in a constructive, well thought out, visionary way, using our river in a fiscally responsible way.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Pascoe, you're next.
Yeah, and I'll be supporting the motion today. I think there are two aspects to this. One is about saving the building, and I think that we've had enough evidence today to suggest that the building is worth saving, and it seems to me a pity, as Councillor Angela has said, to be putting a wrecking ball through it. But my major concern is around how successful the facility will be after it's been repurposed. And there's three aspects to this. One, the tenants. Who's going to come in and use the building afterwards? And to me at this stage, there's no correlation between who those tenants might be and whether the trust or the owner of the building can provide those spaces at an affordable price. Today we had one submitter who is currently short of space but is used to an 85% council subsidy on their rent. Will that same subsidy be available and made available by the trust, or will council have to top that up? I would have liked to have seen today a list of the potential tenants, even if they weren't signed up, just to see what their approach might be. Similarly, I have a concern, and there is a correlation between the tenants and how accurate or how robust the budget would be. And I haven't seen any budget thus far that gives me the confidence to suggest that the trust could have a viable operation once it's up and running. I also have a concern about the lack of knowledge of the funders, and I think it's already been touched on by I think Councillor Bunting, about how the funders are as scarce as hen's teeth and will become so in our challenging economic times. And while they may be keen to fund this, it may take funding away elsewhere. And a further concern that there has been no discussion either under a non-disclosure agreement or elsewhere as to who those funders might be. And I just lack a degree of confidence around those three areas: the tenants, the funders, and how robust the budget is. Thank you.
You were short.
That's all right. I'll keep it in credit for later.
Thank you, Rob. I appreciate it. Councillor Wilson, thank you.
Thanks, Chair Mark. There is something very powerful about hindsight. You know, that moment when you look back and you think, gosh, if I'd only thought that strategy through a little bit further. I hadn't seen that angle. I wish I had seen it. The problem is a wrecking ball steals the ability of hindsight. Once the wrecking ball arrives and destroys Founders, all the hindsight in the world will not help us go back and re-implement a strategy that we have an opportunity to implement now. Now, I want to make a few things really clear. The first thing is I am absolutely 100% supportive of the Waikato Regional Theatre. Have always been. I was at the time of the election, and I continue to be. It is going to be a world-class facility. But I do not subscribe to this view that we do not need, going forward, a community hub facility, and that such an activity would have a detrimental effect on the Waikato Regional Theatre. I don't believe that is the case. I am convinced that as the city continues to grow, there will be an ongoing demand for community space. And here's the thing. Back in 1961, when this city and others helped raise the funds and built this facility, we built a facility that was designed to be a theatre. But that doesn't mean that we cannot adapt it. It doesn't mean that we can't pivot and look at other ways of using this facility. Now, I agree with some comments that Toti's proposal lacks a lot of clarity. I think it would receive a C- on a first-year business plan analysis, right? But I'm prepared to give them a little bit more time. And for me, the rubber meets the road when they're able to come forward and show they've got a contribution of some money towards implementing this project. Now, I've heard my good friend, the Deputy Mayor, talk about that this is a pipe dream, that how dare would we want to be spending money on such a dream at this time. I think he's a little confused because, in fact, we're the ones saying that we're going to spend $4 million destroying it and rebuilding a garden. What the Toti proposal is saying is we will take on this asset and we will repurpose it at no cost to council. So either somebody's misunderstood the narrative or someone's creating a false flag. And on false flag, I think it's a really poor strategy to debate the meaningfulness of the Waikato Regional Theatre as being a justification for the destruction of the Founders Theatre. They're two separate issues. Got 29 seconds to go.
No, that's going up.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Gosh, all right. So, like Martin, I'll be brief. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's not rush. You'll see the foreshadowed amendment puts time pressure back onto Toti. They have to come up with $2 million. They have to do it before the next election, because I do not want anybody saying that we are shying away and dumping this on the next term. We're big enough. We can make our own decisions.
Okay,
we can make it before the election.
Thank you, Ewan. All right, we have seat 14, which I do believe is Mayor Paula under another name. Isn't it? Oh, it's Ollie. Oh, sorry, Ollie. Do you want to push your card in a bit harder?
Oh, that would be why I was looking up there going, wow.
There we go. Sorry, Mayor Paula. Okay.
Thanks, Chair Mark. Acknowledge all the good points that have been made by the previous speakers. I think Founders is a grand old lady. It's full of memories and history of the city. I oversaw the management of Founders in 2010. I remember fondly the manager of the theatre at the time ringing me at 8:30 p.m. on a Wednesday saying I needed to come down to Founders straight away, and I was having dinner with my family at the time, so what's so important? He said, Dame Malvina's singing, it's raining, and there's about 5 buckets on the stage because the roof is leaking. So I thought, oh, that's a pretty good reason to go down and sitting down and negotiated the ladders to make it to the top of the building. And whilst Dame Malvina, bless her, was singing, the show must go on. After all, we were looking to find the source of the leaks, so the show could go on. And at that stage, I think it turned out that some contractors had left a hatch in the roof open. I remember also in 2010 meeting with the late Richard Sutherland to talk about how the CapEx allocated to founders could be allocated to ensure that the theatre could keep operating. At that time, there were a number of winches and leads that were red tagged and just required upgrading in order for the space to be kept on using. So it was no surprise in 2017 seeing that finally Richard had been unable to keep all those red tags off. I note from the earlier questioning that the 2017 report to bring the cost of the building back up to a safe standard was $13 million. That was, I understand from our question time, the cost to bring the building up to a safe standard and didn't include improvements. And I understand from the Toti proposal, they cost that at $10 million. If you apply the Reserve Bank New Zealand's inflation calculator using the housing category, 13 million in 2017 equates to 21 million in Q4 2021. So I see some kind of discretion between the figures there in order to bring it up to a safe standard. General Manager Sean, Deputy Chief Executive Sean has advised it's costing $140K per annum to maintain the theatre in its current state. If that's the cost we've been paying or Council's been paying since 2017, it comes around $700,000. I think the concept of a fit-for-purpose community space is needed. I ran the Community Development Unit here for a number of years and I actually oversaw the development of Puketi Neighbourhood House occupying Te Rapa Sports Drome. We see Enderley, the community groups in Enderley Park occupying an old rugby club rooms and an old squash court, celebrating age. There's a range of the Norris Ward Park. They're all buildings that have been developed for another purpose and we've squeezed community groups in them. So I think there's a real need for fit-for-purpose community space that's fresh, that will serve the city going forward. I have the utmost respect for Margaret and Toti, and Sappermore Jones is my favourite piece of public art in the world and have a real appreciation for the positive legacy that they've created for the city. But based on the figures and the facts at hand, I think it's time for us to commemorate founders and retain the fountains is a great way of doing that. But I think it's time to move forward, so I support the motion.
Thank you, Ollie. Appreciate that. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I just want to say that I really appreciate the efforts that have gone in, the effort that has gone into putting together this proposal. I imagine a lot of volunteer time has gone into putting it together. And also the passion for this building, I want to acknowledge that as well. Today isn't an easy decision, but I am really concerned that the business case doesn't stack up, and I would have wanted to see some more certainty around funding. Potential funders could have at least indicated some conditional support, but we haven't had that indication at all. I'm really worried that Founders has been something that has been lurking for years, and it keeps coming back to the council table. And I'm concerned that this is just buying more time and that we're going to have the same debate again in another year or another 2 years. We have given Toti time. They came to us with a concept and we provided time to put together a detailed business case and then provided an extension. And I do recognise the difficulty of pulling together information when you are a volunteer group, but we have to make a decision based on the information that we have today. And I think the community has been waiting for council to make a decision on this, and in good faith I can't put it off again. So I think we've heard the need for more space for our community groups. That's been really loud and clear. And I did want to actually seriously look into repurposing the founders, because I thought there could be an opportunity here for a community hub. I sat down with staff, with Mark, and we discussed options. But when I weighed everything up, in reality, what it would cost to renovate, to make it really fit for purpose, is that money could go towards something that would genuinely be fit for purpose and designed by the community to suit the community needs. There are some wonderful community hubs being built around the country, and they're light and spacious and welcoming, and they open up out into the community and say, come on in. That's the kind of community hub that I would like to see. And I'm afraid that we are unlikely to achieve that with the founders. And there's been discussion around heritage status, but the reality is our district plan team has analysed the founders again in light of our district plan changes, and they still don't see that it reaches heritage status. It has been adapted and changed too many times that it has lost its initial, I guess, integrity and its initial design features. So today I will be supporting the motion because I think that we need to start looking forward to a way that we can really serve the community in terms of community space. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Do we have any other speakers? Councillor Van Ashton.
Thank you, and thanks to my colleagues for their great points made. I echo the thanks to Toti for bringing this up with us, for coming to us at the in the deliberations on the future of the founders, on our 10-year plan deliberations, also for their really creative way of being able to find the very best use for our wonderful assets in the city. I really wanted this proposal to work, and I wanted to give it as much time as it needed to really flesh out and give Toti the opportunity to develop the concept, to build the allies that they need for it, to confirm the funding, and to investigate and interrogate realistic budgets. There is really a lot to like in the proposal that's being made, and for the repurposing of that wonderful building. There's also no question that there is a demand for space in the community sector in those groups, and they have some really unique needs, as we've talked about today, and some real challenges in being able to have those met in the city. That's not necessarily the reason to retrofit a building. It's a good reason to explore further what's needed. Because it's really incredibly difficult to be able to meet all of those needs. And as we've heard our Deputy CEO say, meet all the needs of everybody, especially when we're laying those decisions on the back of the current proposal. Look, this debate and the issue is beginning to feel a bit like a Mexican standoff. You show me the money, no, you show me the money first. And that's not the best way to be able to make decisions. We're not really in a position to be able to give unfettered approval to something that we don't know the full extent of the issues that we'll face around it. And I'm fearful that a budget will blow into tens of millions of dollars, and I cannot support that. Now is the time for us to look for an alternative future, a future that includes a beautiful park, fountains that work, somewhere to walk, somewhere to sit, somewhere to really enjoy both the indoor and outdoor community facilities that we've got. So I think we cannot be accused of not consulting with our public on that. This has been in the media since 2016, and we're well aware of more than 84% of submitters in the most recent consultation that shared that alternative future. So I'll be supporting the motion. Kia ora.
Thank you, Maxine. I just need to get a point of clarity. I noticed Councillor Donovan's just come back into the room around the procedure. If Councillor Donovan hasn't been here for debate and chooses to vote or not vote, where does that stand?
It's my understanding that he can still vote if that's what you'd like to do. Otherwise, he will need to potentially step out for a little bit.
It's your call, mate. So.
Questioning and the majority
Oh,
of
yeah, absolutely. And
Yes.
but I think Carmen's making the point that it's up to him to choose to vote or not to vote.
Yes, so
based
he-
on the information he's got.
He sat
can
through the whole
absolutely
item
vote.
mostly.
It's entirely your call. It's on you. Thank you. I just want to make that clear in case people were wondering through the next. Brilliant speech that's coming from Māngai Te
Thank you, Chair. E te rangatira Margaret Kanu, te mihi ki a koe. I tēnei rā, i ngā rā o mua, i ngā rā kua taumai. And I acknowledge your mahi, your dedication to still your people, your community, and the work that you do. And there are 6 key things for me sitting inside this decision. There's the community groups that we're talking about. We're hearing there's not enough space. I understand what councillors are talking around. Who are the tenants? Who are the people that will fill this space? But what are their needs also? So that's one. The second one is, what is the health and safety? And we've heard answers to our question around that. Fit for purpose, safe facilities. So whatever our community groups are asking for, above everything else, we should be providing fit for purpose, safe facilities. The next one is we have a community that we asked inside the West Town Belt what they would like to see, and 84% said green space. So that's the third one. In terms of the space required, though, some of my consideration is being what stocktake have we done with our community groups to understand what space they need, what things, what facilities, what aspects, features inside some bricks and mortar do they actually need in there, and have we included all groups, all community groups, in understanding what those needs are. The fifth one in my mind is the proposal. I support what Sarah said. It doesn't stack up for me in its current form. But in saying that, I acknowledge the delays. I acknowledge the role that COVID's had to play in bringing these about. But I also acknowledge that we have a dedicated group in Tuti and lots of volunteer time going into that. If I come to the last one, though, and this is for me where it's at in terms of the funding, hence my reason to second the foreshadowed amendment. I support the $2 million that's from there. I support that. It could be 3, it could be 4 on there. But I support it because it brings all of the other areas for me, the 5 that I've mentioned before, into perspective. It talks about the commitment, if we're able to secure that, and then it talks about something that is fiscally responsible and perhaps even viable. The $2 million of that addition on the foreshadow amendment does that for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Te Mayor Paula, you said you were going to speak. Oh, sorry. Right, Councillor Kesh.
Thank you. I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank Toti, thank you to Margaret, and for your passion in bringing this to us continuously over a number of months. And it's definitely made me think about this site a lot more than I wanted to. So thank you for that. In all our decisions, I've always put community first. What's best for our community, for their well-being. What do they need? How do we meet that need without burdening the ratepayer? And, you know, that's the balancing act that we all play to. I hate to waste any opportunity. I hate the thought of wastage. I am the queen of repurposing, whether it be at home or wherever I am. So that's why, you know, this item I've followed with huge interest. But I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable with the unknown, and it makes me feel very nervous because of the dollar amounts that we're talking about, and you know, future plans and tenants and purpose and all of that. So yeah, I'm going to support the motion with this one. And I was thinking about a conversation that I had just the other day with someone, you know, talking about how busy today was going to be. And I said, you know, one of the decisions that's coming up is going to be about Founders Theatre and the future of it. And, you know, a lot of people out there have no idea what we're talking about today. And they said, oh, so what's going to go in place of it? And I said, oh, you know, one of the ideas is to have more green space. Oh, but we've got lots of green space. You know, what's going to be special about it? And I said, oh, what about an outdoor amphitheater where, you know, you can have outdoor entertainment? And this was a younger person, and they said, oh, you mean like those festivals, summer festivals they have here, there, and everywhere? And I said, yep, why not? Oh, you know, that would be great for Hamilton, for the young people of Hamilton, and give us something extra to look forward to. And that just made me feel excited again about the prospect or the future of this area in our central city. So yeah, I'm very sorry that I can't support the proposal, and I will be supporting the motion on this one.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Paula. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Bunting. I'm also going to support the motion. I share people's sentiments in thanking Toti not only for, as Te Pora put it in Te Reo, what they've done in the past, what they're doing now, and what they've done in the future, because you've had an indelible mark on our city, a positive one, and I do appreciate that. But in terms of this particular proposal, intentions won't cut it. The proposal isn't as widely supported by the creative community as might have been hoped for. That's on the basis of letters and emails and conversations that we've had over the last 6 months. And that concerns me. And so council can't be holding any further risk on this one. As others have already pointed out, Māngai Te Ua talked about the costs of holding $140,000 a year, adding up to around $700,000 in costs. Goodness knows how many times we've gone to the public over the last number of years, and that's cost us over nearly $200,000 in itself. I was really pleased with the work of the West Town Belt. I thought it was an awesome initiative to look at the whole area and how it lends value to the city. And as others have spoken to, the public came out and said they wanted something different. And I couldn't also agree with anything that would undermine the investment that we got into our Waikato Regional Theatre for obvious reasons, but also in the combination of the 3 other theatres that we've got, Riverlea, Meteor and Clarence, all who do a good purpose and all are, you know, struggle to provide the very best service, and I'd like to get in and support them. So I'd hoped that this time that we gave would allow for a fully funded business case, but unfortunately the business case indicates some costs, but it doesn't indicate any revenue very much, and there's no seed funding. I was hoping there'd be at least an anchor seed funder or some conditional funding agreement, similar to what there was with Kote Pacifica. So there is a bit of a hole there. We asked to see the money, and we just can't see the money. And the problem is we also do not have any money. Councillors will know and agree with me that recently we wrung that sponge dry through the long-term plan trying to fund projects. We really had a marathon effort going over and over what we could afford to do, and we just don't have the money. So I think the time for talking about this and wringing our hands is done with, unfortunately. Look, I'll be sad to see it go. I actually was in a pantomime there once, believe it or not. You know, something you probably didn't know about. I've seen my children on the stage as well, and I have some nostalgia for the place. Love the West Town Blount proposition, outdoor space enhancement that Councillor Naidu-Rofe talked about. Love the idea of the fountains playing again. I love the idea of retaining in some part the name Founders to recognise the gift that we were given. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Martin.
Yes. One of my colleagues mentioned that because of the alterations of the Founders, it didn't necessarily have heritage value, and yet well-respected architect Mark DeLille, who is the son of Aubrey DeLille, who was the original architect, and developed the amazing vision of a theatre for a community of 45,000 people. What you're being asked today, and I will be supporting the Ewan Wilson and Mango Tapora's foreshadowed motion if mine and ours and Angela's and mine fails, is you're being asked to keep the Founders Theatre repurpose option as a consideration for the so-called development of new community facilities. Later in the agenda, you're going to be talking about the potential demolition and repurpose or rebuilding of Celebrating Age, the potential demolition or repurpose of Ward Norris Park buildings, and also the building on Pembroke Park. The Ewan Wilson foreshadowed option and ours costs this council at this point nothing. You're spending no money to have an open mind to see if this building can be repurposed, this historic building can be repurposed for community use. This is not about the theatre having competition. And when you had the so-called survey, you never asked the people of the city, would you like to consider the Founders Theatre site being repurposed for a community facility for which there is desperate need? The Founders Theatre was an amazing vision, and I pay homage to that visionary generation that created that theatre, that community theatre, when our city was 45,000. We're now heading to 200,000 plus, another 100,000 in our hinterland. Are you telling me that the Waikato Theatre or the other facilities we've got is the only shot in the box? Why can you not at least allow till September the option to keep the Founders Theatre structure for an option, for our staff to work with Toti at no cost in reality to see if that fits as part of our repurposing? One thing that is hypothetical, there's lots of nice talk about we're going to build a new community purpose range of buildings. That's just a dream at this point. The only tangible thing the motion has today is you're spending $1.1 million on the wrecking ball in July, August, September, and we will drive past, and those of us who had a bit of history in this place, we will quietly weep, to be honest. We will quietly weep at a generation that does not respect the deep heritage of our city. So I will not be putting my thumb on that wrecking ball out of respect for that amazing generation of the 1950s and 1960s. Don't tell me that a 60-year-old proud building is not a heritage building. Don't tell me we could still not have an open mind to actually at least see if that can be repurposed along with the other buildings we're considering. I am aware, finally, that there are partners in the wings to work with Toti, and that's why I'll be supporting the Ewan Wilson amendment if mine is unsuccessful.
Right. We've pretty much all had our say. Just in general, in reply. There we go. It was a remarkable performance. Ever thought of performing in a theatre somewhere? My right of reply will be, first of all, to thank this table because this is a tough one. And this is why we are here to make these decisions. I think I've seen us at our best today, and I'm very, very proud of everybody. I've also seen us at our bravest, because this is not an easy thing to do, to stare down some great, magnanimous speeches and some very proud people and some very interested and passionate people in this building. It's not easy. Councillor Maxine put it as a Mexican standoff. I kind of put it as an encore. You know, when you're at the end of a show and they've finished performing and you clap, 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 and you think, oh, they're coming back, they're coming back, they're coming back, and they come back, they do a great set. Yay, clap, 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 clap. Maybe they'll do another set. Clap, 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 clap. Sooner or later, the lights have got to come on and the clapping has got to stop and we've got to move on. That's what it feels like to me at the moment. I firmly believe that if we're going to go down the retrofitting of another building, and it's a big one, we are going to end up ultimately shortchanging our community and costing this council years ahead more money than we will be spending going for a purpose-built option. This purpose-built option will be researched. That's what this is about. This motion isn't about, instead, let's quickly build a purpose-built building. This is about going out and asking the community groups what they need rather than who would like to fit into our building. If we retrofit, look, here's the thing. Ask anyone who's tried to retrofit any transport options how much cheaper and more effective it is going to be to build cool cycleways and bus lanes, etc. in Peacock than it is through Dinsdale or Frankton. We all know that retrofitting is ultimately more expensive and harder. We know that. Why would it be any different here? I firmly believe we are shortchanging the community groups. I appreciate the sentiment. I appreciate the pride, and no one will ever accuse Councillor Gallagher, for example, of putting a wrecking ball through this because you are fighting this tooth and nail, and I admire that. I disagree with you in this instance, respectfully. I disagree with Toti in this instance. I just don't think it can be done at this point. So I kind of feel like the applause is dying out. I still think there'll be a few more rounds of applause yet, but we'll go to the vote on the amendment. Should the amendment fail, we go to the foreshadowed amendment. Yep, absolutely. Now, purposes of voting wise, we will use our buttons now, except for the fact that mine doesn't work, so I'll be using the Zoom button. So it's there. Okay, so Dave and I will be voting on Zoom. So this is voting on the O'Leary-Gallagher amendment first, please. Oh, yeah, sure, absolutely. There we go. This is the one we're voting on at the moment. Oh, yeah, they do when you push them. But they record correctly. Yeah, we'll see.
Do
you want us to push again?
Yes, please, if you don't mind.
Has it been reset, is it? All right, we might have to get it. Yeah.
They both light up.
They do both light up as you push them. So what we'll do is we'll put the voting record up, and if anyone has been mistapped. Yep. So can we see?
Isn't it just better to raise hands because I don't know?
I tend to agree, but the firm advice I'm getting is they need it. Yeah.
We just do a raise hands, I think, in the circumstance.
Hang on a second. We can't even see that. Okay, yeah, I think we will make the call. All right, we'll do it by hands, people. Those in favour of the amendment? Dave, where's Dave at?
Here's there.
Can't see Dave.
Dave.
Can you see Dave?
I've got.
Had my bloody hand up one way or another for about 5 minutes. Get on with it.
Hang on, we'll just keep them up while we count again. Just kidding. Okay. All right, those against the amendment, show of hands, please.
The motion, or the apologies, the amendment is lost, noting councillors O'Leary, McPherson and Wilson for the amendment.
You said McPherson.
And McPherson, apologies.
And Gallagher, you mean?
Yes. It's easy to confuse the two. Okay. That was a compliment to both of you, by the way. All right, so we move to the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Bunting.
Dave, you've got to learn I do the funny stuff. Okay, so we move to the foreshadowed amendment, which now becomes the amendment. Yes. We are voting on... Yeah, can we put that up on the board, please? This is the... That's it. That's the one. Yes. All right, so those in favour of this as an amendment, raise your hands. You got your count of those? Can't see Dave, but I presume he's got his hand up.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Good. Okay, those against, show of hands, please.
The foreshadowed amendment, as the amendment has been lost, noting that councillors O'Leary, McPherson, Wilson and Gallagher are for the amendment. And apologies, Mangai Tapora.
Okay. All right, so we now move, so that has been lost, is that right?
It has been lost.
Okay, so we now move on to the motion.
Yes.
So those in favour of the motion, show of hands, please. I'm just visualising naked Miley Cyrus at the moment. Stop it. Please stop.
You got in trouble for
Those
those
against?
comments once before.
Yeah, you're right, Dave. No cheering from the sidelines, please. So, all right. So this is now, okay.
The motion is carried, noting councillors O'Leary, Gallagher, McPherson, Wilson and Mangai Thompson Evans dissenting.
Okay. Paula, I'll leave you with that little gift. Right. Okay. All right, it's 3:05. Now, I've got Kesh scheduled to hold the next item. We came back at... So, yeah, I think we'll carry on through this next item, and then we'll take a break and decide what we're going to do after later on. So, Kesh, swap places. Cool, thank you. Oh, I'm just going to be over there. Yeah. Thank you. Do you want to do the rest of the day? Yeah. Sure. You are with thinking. What's that? Yeah.
This will only take about 2 minutes.
Oh, of course it will. You're right.
The card is a little bit broken, so I will just pass you notes if someone has any questions.
Oh, sure.
Okay?
No. Alrighty. I've just told Councillor Mark not to get too comfortable because this will take us about 2 minutes. So let's move on to item 9. He Rotaki Whakawhanake Hapori. I'm going to hand over to Andy to introduce it.
Kia ora, Kesh. Kia ora, councillors, Mangai Māori. For the purpose of our live stream audience, I'm Andy, councillors Kai Whakahari, Rotaki Hapori. This is Philippa, our Community and Social Development Manager, and we're presenting to you today for approval our strategy, Community and Social Development Strategy, He Rotaki Whakawhanake Hapori. In your documents there's two particular documents attached to the report. One is our strategy document, which outlines really clearly Council's responsibility and aspirations for the coming years in regards to community and social development. We've got 4 outcome areas, 2 goals within each of those, and the strategy outlines some of the work that we as Council are doing and are committed to doing in the coming years. Attachment 2 is our background document, which has a little bit more data and research, which helps explain how we reach the priorities that have been identified in the strategy, and also has provided an opportunity for us to show a wider narrative of some of the work that our community partners and us have been involved in to see us achieve our goals and outcomes.
Kia ora. So in line with the work that Andy's been doing around the strategy, our team have had full review and input into this. They are really excited about it, and they can see the work that they're doing and how it applies to the strategy. So yeah, we're really looking forward to this being passed and approved by you as a council, and we see it having input into the vision of our council moving forward.
Happy to answer any questions that you might have. Kia ora.
Any questions? Mangai Oli.
Thanks, Andy. Philippa, for the report. Andy, in the attachment to the report talks about the deprivation index, and looking at Hamilton now having around 68% of the population living in that Q4, Q5 deprivation. So, you know, over the years we've watched that deprivation index grow bigger and bigger and wider across the city. I think your team does great work, and the community houses do really, really outstanding work in supporting communities of need. You know, there are a number of things that are happening, economic things that are happening this year that are going to make it harder to live in the city for people living in those communities. My question is, what can your team do with other stakeholders to improve the economic level of communities in Hamilton? Grassroots communities, grassroots economic development.
Yeah. Lots of our community houses, as you'll be fully aware, Mangai Oli, are involved in that work of responding to preparation for work, whether that's from a CV perspective or the development of skill set for rangatahi who may be in or out of school. So our team are definitely supporting our community houses in terms of that baseline, how do we improve. There's lots of aspirations within the Waikato Wellbeing Project around how do we look at having greater economic outcomes for those, and an example of which is represented in here is our Rangatahi project, which is really a bit of a youth designed what solutions could be involved to help young people navigate from current experience of disengagement into one of employment and thriving. And I think the other part that I would just add to is that there is opportunity within our city as lots of developments continue to be undertaken, as our education partners are really keen to see our young people thrive. I think that part of that opportunity, even around the development of Ruakura, will give the opportunity for people to thrive. But it's a complex, as you're well aware, a complex issue that has given us focus that we can't take our eye off the ball of working with our community partners, in particular communities, because we want to see better outcomes than what we've been achieving. And it is important for us as a city that all of our people thrive regardless of what your postal address is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Rob.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks Andy and Co for all the good work on this. Just have a question about the flexibility of the plan, in the sense that one of the outcomes that you've identified is number 3, activating public spaces, and I'm thinking here of issues that arose a couple of years ago in respect to funding organisations that don't necessarily have big meetings of people, that they're seeing people on a one-off basis, and the increasing concern I have of the avalanche of mental health issues that appear to be arising in the country following COVID and the like. And I just wonder if you've built in sufficient flexibility to cover the organisations who don't all meet together in a hall around a table, but require one-off assistance, one-to-one assistance.
You would be aware, Councillor, of our community grant landscape, and Council determines our priorities for our funding streams as we go forward. In terms of outcome 3, I guess there's the thoughts of not only our public spaces, i.e. our civic square, our fields, our playgrounds, but so there's the public physical space, but then also our public spaces of our aquatics network or our libraries network, and some of the great work that they do. For the community and social development outcomes of council, it is how do we ensure that those places that are available in the city are accessible and inclusive, and really looks at how do we ensure that there aren't any barriers for people to participate. In terms of our funding, most of our funding sits in other outcomes, and it's probably on our community events or potentially our creative partnerships fund that really aligns with this particular outcome.
Yeah. Funding was really just part of it, and that was the issue that arose, but just wanting to make sure that we have identified that as a likely issue going forward. Yeah. Thank you.
Totally. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
And if there's no more questions, I'm happy to move that. If I can get a seconder. Yep.
And just, I love the paper. I wanted to ask though, and it sort of extends on from what Ollie was asking about the levels of deprivation. So we know that one of the ways out of that is through enhancing dealing to social determinants in health. Some of that is playing your part in policy, and I think that there's, we've talked about supports and space and things in here, but I might need to be pointed to whereabouts we talk about the social determinant stuff, like the mobilising community action to have a say in what happens in their community. And we've seen that to a degree, but how do we mobilise all of our communities, and what's the work plan around that?
There's a couple of places, Manga Te Pora, where we, I guess, are putting some of that energy. Outcome 4 for us is how do we help tell the stories of our communities? How do we support action and initiatives that aren't just one organisation led? So lots of our work of the advisors is being a part and being at the table with different communities of place, and how do we help them tell that story? The other side, really, in terms of some of that wider narrative of advocacy and story, is that our team is committed to effective partnerships, and so that means that they're located with groups that are in the community and they're listening to what's bubbling, and they're hopefully able to give them tools to navigate whatever bureaucracy it is that might be stopping those aspirations or dreams of the community. So the work of our advisors, absolutely involved in partnership, and that's not with just organisations, but it's those who are located in places of geography. And then the outcome 4 is really helping us to utilise whatever means it is, whether it's potential exhibitions at the museum to help people's story be heard, through to our own processes like this, through to encouraging community celebrations. So it's sort of deep and varied, but that's where we'd hope to be a support in that advocacy space. If that answers fully.
And it's one of the most powerful things we can do for people, though, is to help them play their role in decision making, particularly in local government, and then again in the central.
Absolutely.
And so that would come into
outcome 1 is really our engagement, our focus of how do you participate in civil society, how do you ensure that there's confidence that your voice is heard when you put forward your voice. So the work that we're doing with our young people, our older people, our communities who have traditionally not been a part of voting, it sits there, but wider than voting. We know that participation and civic engagement is deep and varied. And we want that to not be a once in a 3-year tick, but we want them to be a part of that ongoing. So that's really a huge focus of our team. I don't know,
Yes,
Philippa,
if I could just add to that, I think some of the work that's been happening in Enderley Fairfield are really good examples of where the advisors have been supporting versus doing. So working with those communities to empower them to do their own community-led development and engage, and now developing their own partnerships with the likes of Kāinga Ora. So doing some of that facilitation to make sure that's happening, but then also around voting. And you would have, I don't know if you recall, a previous report around just the increases in both youth and Māori voting through the last, through some of our recent Hepo Manawa Order and also the last election. So really significant increases, and we're continuing to do that work.
And within our high schools as well, just to add to that, that's becoming part of their curriculum in some of our high schools as well. So our youth advisor Dana has been playing a part in that. So there's a long-term plan within that, but also each member of our team, the group that they work with, there is an expectation around engagement there. So it's not the job of one person, it is the job of our whole team in partnership with our comms and engagement team, who also do a great job there. But that's really something we're holding them accountable for, and we want to see great progress in the coming years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Paula.
Just in terms of goal 1, the capacity of community houses, which I fully support, so the transparent funding support, is it going to be targeted at any particular outcomes, or is it more horses for courses? Reason I'm asking that is because not all community houses are presently created equal, for a variety of historic and other reasons. So that's my view. I mean, Western community centres, the gold standard, and we would love all of our community houses to have the same amount of stuff going on and enabled within them. So how is that going to deal with I don't want to use the word inequity because that's not quite where it sits, but the differences in enabling them to all become the best version of a community house that they can be, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm really aware that when our multi-year grant is currently being allocated, and we won't sit and as council make decisions on the next round until the next long-term plan. So there's a couple of years of our current funding is in place for those organisations, but the decisions that were made tried to reflect where the areas of need to continue to flourish, as well as where was the need to support and ensure that there was adequate resources to enable growth to get to developing. So all that was definitely part of the thinking of the current allocation. The work that the advisors do in terms of day-to-day support is another element to that. So the funding's been allocated currently. We will look at 2024 in terms of the next round, and council will determine the policy and the priorities that sit there. And in the meantime, our advisors will continue to work with the community houses and the government agencies and other not-for-profits who make up our significant places.
Yeah, and I suppose I'm trying to lean into how do we get them all up to that gold star standard? And I noticed that Pukete was not on the list on page, whatever it is, on the attachment 1, page 67. Pukete wasn't listed. Quite understandably, Enderley, Fairfield, Beda and Norton, as Ollie was talking about deprivation before, we know where they sit, so I get that. Pukete do a lot from their space, but we do know what the building's like, remember? So how do we get, everybody who knows, and it was way before my time in this council, Western Community Centre was a small brick house once. Doesn't look anything like that now, does it? So, getting everybody into that space where they've got a destination place for all of their activities, social, cultural, economic, etc.
Yeah, and just because someone's not mentioned on this thing doesn't mean that our team's not available to support. Council is doing some great work with Puketi around potential facility development because of decisions made at the last long-term plan. So we will support those aspirations. Growth and development takes time. And so when we think about some of our community houses who are just developing, we're supporting them with staff resources, which both hopefully helps them unlock other funding. And we've seen with Te Papanui as a great example of a community group that's got their finances in place, and then they were able to apply to some central government funds which have unlocked their ability to develop other programs into the community. And so we've stood beside them both from a governance perspective as well as a facility management perspective, as well as advocacy to other people. So the work of the advisors is at a few different levels with those community houses, which isn't exclusively funding, and funding is just a part of that overall picture.
I guess I'm just trying to see the aspiration where we have 6 or 7 community houses around Hamilton that are all at this high functioning, really good physical state for their purpose, and the programs within them.
Absolutely, that's
and I
our
don't
aspiration.
quite see it in the wording here. I see, I'm sorry, because I'm not close enough, sorry, Kesh, to the detail as you guys, but that's what I'm looking for, something that tells me that in 10 years' time we'll have all of our community houses functioning to their very best ability, amazing community hubs, etc., etc. If you see the intent, and I don't.
No.
So this is the final document, right? No way to strengthen that aspiration? Question mark? That was a question. Is there any way to strengthen this? It's the final document. It's done and dusted. You're asking for us to sign it off now, right? As is, word for word. Question mark?
That was our request in terms of the small ability for us to wordsmith a couple of words to ensure that our aspiration is articulated. Then that's also a possibility. I know our community houses who have seen this, they support the intent and the direction, and they're really excited about what things look like, but they're not going to be upset if we strengthen our wording around that aspiration of them thriving. So
I might be alone on it, but that's what I'm looking for. Is everyone should be as good as the Western Community Centre, but in
we
their
wouldn't
own way.
quite word it that way.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
We could think of some words.
And look, that's not an indictment. I do want to say that. That's not the indictment on the way the other ones are running or what they're doing there. But I'm just talking about everything from the bricks and mortar. That's in good shape. It used to be in poor shape. It's in excellent shape.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess we feel that, I understand that the strategy does speak to, wanting the best for all communities, and that, we'll work towards that if this council thinks we need to strengthen that. But
I'll live with that. I'll
believe
just
that
keep
it's sufficient.
pushing in that direction. I want them all to have the same amount of love and result is basically where I'm going.
I think aside from bricks and mortar, a lot of them would say they are at the Western Community Centre level, which is really great to see.
Yeah.
And as a team, we've been able to adjust our support and the approach we take with them.
They do great things, don't get me wrong, they do, they really do.
Councillor Mark.
Yeah, very briefly. We can review this at any time anyway, can't we? So we could, if it's helpful to Mayor Paula, we could schedule a further korero in a few months' time. If you still remain uncomfortable with it, but it's okay.
It might be good to maybe have some sort of update on community houses and where they're at and just what their needs are before we add more to it.
The intent is that we report against this, so we'll be reporting regularly on activities and the wellbeing of the community and our community houses.
And we do have those monthly, fortnightly community catch-ups as well, so that would be a good time to test the mettle of it as it goes through.
Right.
So, brilliant. Thank you.
Awesome. Alrighty, so I will move and Mark to second. And I just want to thank the team. Thank you, Andy, Philippa, and your amazing team. I won't name them all for the work that you do through our community. It's a huge job with so many different facets. And like Ollie pointed out, the seeing to every well-being is not an easy task, and there is no easy fix. but we appreciate the work that your team is doing, and I'm sure Mark backs me up on that one. The strategy itself, it's highly aspirational. I believe it's achievable. It's really easy to understand, plain English, and to the point. So thank you for putting together such a document. I love the, improved voter participation in the elections. I also want to note that we had the highest engagement in any LTP process, and that's a huge thanks to your team for being on the ground at grassroots level, pushing for that engagement. I remember having many meetings with Dana and Dujon and Jovi and who are in touch with different sectors of our community, and just how we could have increased engagement for our LTP, and that worked. So I have every faith that voter participation will be definitely targeted come next election. It is sobering, I think is the word, to see that Hamilton has 38% of our population living in the highest deprivation scale. That is not something to be proud of, and I know from the work that Mark and I have been doing in conjunction with your team, looking at those areas of highest deprivation and how we can help to lift those figures up. But it is a multi-pronged approach, and I think that we are on the right track, and certainly in terms of our work in Fairfield, Enderley. Mangai Oli.
But speaking in support of the strategy and the motion, I just think, the deprivation is increasing in Hamilton, and I used to work in social development in Auckland, and then we almost thought, this is 20 years ago, where whole suburbs were covered in red, in that red deprivation index, and Hamilton used to be a series of streets, and now it seems communities and suburbs are increasing their levels of deprivation. I think Andy, your team, mature team, very experienced leader in Hamilton, have great outreach with a range of community houses, community organisations, stakeholders out there. I just ask that as you develop the next strategy, that you look at how you can have a grassroots economic development impact within communities, employment, financial literacy, home ownership. I think those are the planks that will turn, that will flip the switch. I remember talking with Kevin Lawson, the late Kevin Lawson, who was principal of Crawshaw School, foundation principal, and he talked about, how empowering it was for families to own their own homes, and how that made for a stronger community. And I think, you well-resourced 1.3 OPEX each year, and it would be great to see that you build on the foundation that you've built. Use the foundation that you've built to drive that economic development at grassroots level in the next iteration. But well done to this strategy. I think it's a marked improvement from the last one.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
I know there's a heavy agenda, however, I also shout out, if I can, to the huge contribution Ollie and his team made in his previous capacity when he was on our staff team. And Ollie will well remember, as does Andy, and I suspect a number of other longer-serving staff, that this area was subject to swinging, savage budget cuts as part of the V8 fallout. We also had workshops under a previous administration as to what even the future was going to be of the community development section. So when you sit round here and rightfully congratulate Helen, Andy and the team, please be aware that the very survival of this important community building part of the work of council depends on the political will around this table. And all I could appeal that, governments can come and go. I just hope that our council, our city, retains its absolute focus, on the work, whether it's a red government or a blue or a yellow, pink government, whatever. And also, I just also shout out, Ollie mentioned, sorry to go on, the hero principal of Crawshaw School, Kevin Lawson. What a wonderful human being. Lots of them in our community, absolutely. But then he talked about home ownership, all right? So parallel to this is all that advocacy work we've got to continue to do. So you do the district plan stuff and all of our stuff, which again is another important piece of work under, you know, Ryan's committee. But we've got to just be there in every room, working with every group. So it's, I just want to say, it's not just us feeling good about this report, but it's the ongoing commitment. And I hope after the election, I'll be unbiased, of course, I hope there's enough people still around this table that keeps this work going. It's not a given.
Thank you. I have nothing to add, so we shall go to the vote. Are we doing that by? Yep. We'll do that with by show of hands. So all those in favour? And against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, and we will take a 10-second break.
Before we do, hey, I just need to discuss what we want, how we want to carry on the rest of the meeting with the group. Oh yeah, the chair. Thank you.
Chair, just letting you know, I had a body corporate meeting from 6 to 7:30 tonight.
7:30, okay.
Okay, and I have a feeling you're going to start running out of a quorum. So you might need to look at finishing at sort of 5:45 and then using maybe tomorrow afternoon, I don't know.
Well, that's the issue. What we've had a suggestion, and staff could do it, is that we take a dinner break at 5:30, which is sort of our maximum allowable time for a day meeting, and then we resume the rest of it after a decent sized break on Zoom over the evening. So, I mean, this is not a voting decision. I just want to see where people are at. So you're out of action until...
Well, I mean, I could come back at 7:30.
By Zoom?
By Zoom.
You know, or we could plough on here. The difficulty we have is the lack of days to pass it over to.
Tomorrow afternoon.
And look, I don't want to be making it on the... Tomorrow, you do have an information session from 9:30 to 12. So that is, if you like, a placeholder. I'm